right? Hopefully we get some great news, and we're going to bring everyone up to speed with what's happening around the league. Paul George, Klay Thompson, among the big names that could be changing teams today. We'll field some questions, and no doubt we'll have some fun tonight. Hopefully we can secure our big man, Isaiah Hartenstein. Right, money's tight right now, but can Leon Rose and Brock Aller figure it out? Right, we're going to bring everyone up to speed right now. Salute. If you're new, like and subscribe. Appreciate you for rocking out with us. Let's get it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. It's been a buzzing few days. We're riding high, and hopefully, man, we can cap it off today by retaining Isaiah Hartenstein, our big man. But we've got some latest news we're going to go through today, right now. On the latest front with the Knicks, and of course our 4 rookies as well. You've probably been chopping up some film. We'll go through that today as well. We'll give more of a breakdown on each of these guys, and hopefully we get the Summer League roster released soon. We've got the Summer League schedule that's already been released as well, so that's great news as well. Obi Toppin, former New York Knick, one of the guys already today to get a bag. 4 years, 60 milli, 15 million a year for 4 years as well. That's a solid contract for Obi, fam, and he gets his first big contract of his career. Jake Fisher's reporting there does remain a chance Isaiah Hartenstein stays with New York after starting for the Knicks throughout a strong postseason run. So we're hearing some conflicting reports, you know. Ian Begley's still saying that it's unlikely, but of course we're going to wait and see. We're going to find out. But the best news so far that I've heard today is that the Knicks have virtually no interest in including Miles Deuce McBride in any Bridges trade as well. So we might have to wait a little longer for the Bridges trade to get confirmed because of the moving parts, and the Knicks got to find the way to send back some more salary. Is it going to be Jericho Sims potentially as well? What are your thoughts on that, right? But I'm glad to hear that Miles McBride will be very unlikely to be included in any Bridges trade as well. We need to keep that man because he's young, he's on such a great contract, and he's a big part of this team and what it achieved this year. What's up, Johnny, Prometheus, and Darren? Salute, guys, salute. Hopefully a big night ahead and a great night. We'll find some news that Isaiah Hartenstein hopefully is staying in the Mecca, right? The Knicks can offer the $72 million deal for 4 years, starting at 16.2 for the first year. But of course, reports say, guys, that Detroit and at least Oklahoma are the 2 names that are likely to offer him a deal north of that as well. So the Knicks have done some maneuvering already, and we'll go through everyone. We'll go through the moves that they've made, right, to clear some space on the roster. But we had some breaking news just earlier, is that the NBA has released the salary cap number for the upcoming season, and it's slightly lower than anticipated, which is not good news, right? It's slightly lower by about 600,000. So that's 600,000 that the Knicks anticipated to have that they might not have. So Brock Aller has got to do something. I feel like a Precious Achiuwa sign and trade might be a little more likely as I pull up the current roster, the current state of affairs with the New York Knicks, right? Daquan Jeffries, right? So they did not extend an offer to him. Diakite still on an unguaranteed deal, and that doesn't get guaranteed till January, so they can release him at any point. But Dwayne Washington, Charlie Brown as well, they have not picked up any options with them. And of course, Precious Achiuwa, they did not extend a qualifying offer to Precious. So what are your thoughts on that, guys? Precious Achiuwa likely to be a sign and trade candidate. It does not look like we're going to bring him back because we didn't extend a qualifying offer to him, which does make sense. We're obviously trying to free up as much as possible so that we can not be hard capped and we can offer Isaiah that deal, fam. What's up, Travel Vibes? Daniel, CC in the building. Darren says Begley's a reliable source. I go to him for everything. He's been doing it for a minute, respect to Ian Begley, And last episode we had Mark Berman on as well. Big response to that show. Appreciate everyone for checking out our last interview with Mark Berman. And Ian Begley, ever since, prior to the Amari Mello era, Ian Begley was still, on the beat with ESPN as well. And he's been around the team for so long now. Like Darren said, he's very, very reliable too. MIG piece, what's up? Gut feeling. What's your gut feeling today? Do we keep Isaiah Hartenstein? Does he choose to stay in New York and take a discount? We'll find out soon as free agency officially starts in just about 30 minutes too. We're rocking out live right now with the best chat in the biz, the best fan base, and we are climbing up the power rankings in the NBA. Right, this power rankings got the New York Knicks second in the league. What a time to be alive, guys. The Knicks second in the power rankings currently in the NBA, and it has to make us feel great too. Been chopping up film on these rookies too. We'll wait and see how they fit with Summer League. It's going to be great in Vegas. Finally, we got some rookies to watch. Right, does Pacome Dadier stay in the on the roster this season as opposed to getting stashed? I think it's 50-50 at this point, right? But Kevin McCullough, Tyler Kolek, and Ariel Hukporti, I believe, have a very strong chance to all be signed to a guaranteed deal too. And obviously, starting with the last pick, the 58th pick, Ariel Hukporti, is an experienced big man, right? 3 years pro in Australia, big body, live body, elite rim protector, great rim to rim, very mobile, big man, can put the ball on the floor a little bit with a hook shot, and is more stronger around the bucket than the Jericho Sims, plays above the rim, and he's only 22 years old as well, so look forward to seeing what he can bring too. Kevin McCullough, 6'7", lockdown defense on the wing, of the Josh Hart mold. And I really feel like he's going to learn a lot around being around Josh Hart too. And same with Tyler Kolek, right? That might be pick up of the draft in terms of fits. Been watching a lot of draft reviews, and people are saying Tyler Kolek to the Knicks was one of the most perfect fits of the draft too. And the Knicks are getting more accolades to A's, A pluses. To get him at pick 34 was an absolute steal. Considering most people thought we were going to take Tyler, with the 25, with the 24th pick as well, for us to do all that maneuvering, move back and down, and to still get our point guard, our backup point guard, at pick 34 was a steal, as well as getting 2 future seconds to add to the pile, too. And Pacome Dadier, of course, the rookie with the highest upside out of all of them. He's only 18. But an excellent size, man. At 6'9" already, big, strong frame, live body, bouncy, high release as well, shot creation ability as well. Anything is possible from him. The world is his oyster as well. He's going to take time to develop. But the beautiful thing is, guys, we have 2 of the best wings in the league in Mikal Bridges and OG. And we don't need to rush it, right? He can develop in Westchester or whether he stays in Europe. We'll figure it out too, fam, as well. Wayne, what's up? Will, salute. Let's see how we fill this soon-to-be roster out. Buzzer beater, you already know. Wayne says, I wonder if Tyler Kolek's drafting was a sign of moving on from Rokas. Yep. I think it doesn't necessarily correlate to the two. I think the Knicks still have Rokas' rights. He's still fairly young, 23. This might not be the season we bring Rokas, but there's still 2 reasons why Rokas is still very valuable. He might be needed to be a part of a future trade, or Rokas still might come, a year's time, 2 years' time. We'll see. But right now, yeah, like you said, the roster spots are quite tight right now, and we'll see if Rokas can actually make summer league, maybe even next year, because of the Olympics this year. It was just kind of tricky, you know. If there was no Olympics, from what I've been told, Rokas would come for summer league. But right now, Lithuania, you can actually watch them. They've just announced their squad with Rokas in it, and he's their starting point guard. So it's like, play in the Olympics for your country or play in summer league. It's a tough decision, but I understand it. Also, what I've been thinking about these rookies, guys, they add valuable roster depth too. Like Tyler Kolek could get spot minutes right away. Right, he's 23, one of the most experienced point guards in college. And of course, Kevin McCullough, 23 as well. He's an older senior, and he is an NBA body, 6'7", and like a Josh Hart, he can defend. He's bigger, he's longer. Still needs to put on a bit more muscle, a bit more strength. I think he is a little more thin for the wing spot. But Kevin McCullough brings that dog. He brings intensity, athleticism as well. And of course, Pacome Dadier is he's the biggest of all the rookies, the wings. And look, I've seen Ariel Hukporti up close as well. Later today, I'll talk more in depth as to why I think he's a lot more valuable than some people are saying. I respect people's opinions, and I've watched a lot of other breakdowns from Knicks content creators, from neutral, scouts, evaluators, and all of that. But it's kind of like out of sight, out of mind. Similar to AJ Johnson, similar to Alex Sarr. I've been fortunate to watch these guys up close, and I do think that Ariel Hukporti specifically is a lot more ready than people think as well. I don't believe he's like a Westchester kind of guy at this point. At the very least, he's good enough to be the third string backup on this roster indefinitely. And he's more advanced than Jericho Sims in drop coverage, shot blocking as well. And he's just simply bigger and stronger than Jericho Sims right now. And that's no knock on Jericho too, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And as we'll continue to refresh the latest news, like I said, the best bit of news that we've received so far is that Deuce McBride, the Knicks have virtually no interest in including him in any deal. That makes heaps of sense as well. So that's great to hear. And it looks like either Sims is on the go, maybe Precious Achiuwa or Alec Burke sign and trade to get to that number that we need. Now, obviously, if Isaiah says, look, guys, I'm taking the bag, then, we don't need to then, shed some of these guys. And, we might find a way to bring Precious back. We'll see. Buzzer says, CT, what's our cap situation? Like, that's the $1 million question, man, as I bring up, the latest news here. So the Knicks will either fall within the first apron or the second apron, my friend. And so here is the difference, right? There's about a $10 million difference right now. And the Knicks, depending on what happens with Isaiah Hartenstein and the Mikal Bridges trade, there's a little bit of wiggle room to fit below the first apron. And then there's also, ways to fall within the second apron as well. It just depends on what the Mikal Bridges trade looks like. So we're not in danger of losing Deuce, so we don't have to worry about that, fam. It's simply like this. If we lose Isaiah, we'll have probably about 5.2 million, the taxpayer mid-level, to go get another center. Now, we can obviously wiggle out of maybe some rookie contracts too. There's all sorts of different things we can still do, but we'll field a very competitive roster with the big men spot. We've got backup plans. Christian, what's up? What's good? Nick Yak says, CT, most hosts of shows just repeat the narrative and always wrong. Yeah, appreciate your insight, but let me know what if there's anything specific that's bugging you. Kevin Knox, Darren, yeah, Kevin Knox found himself a summer league invite too. Just reminds you how young Kevin Knox still is too. It's incredible, man. He was the youngest player drafted that year, 2018. He was only 18 at the time. But look, as we continue to refresh, free agency will officially kick off in 20 minutes, right? We've got the best chat in the biz rocking out. Throw any questions out there, any thoughts right now. But honestly, how I'm feeling right now with Isaiah, it's 50-50, right? Nobody's been able to really give a strong opinion one way or the other. Like, obviously, Begley's saying there's, doubt, and so there should be, because, there's bigger offers on the horizon. But it all depends on, what does Isaiah feel? Pun intended, in his heart, Does he want to come back to New York City and with the Knicks and build a legacy as a championship winner? Or could he see himself in a city like Oklahoma, earning a little bit more? Detroit, Orlando. I mean, for me, the decision's quite simple. But when the money's there in front of you, it's more tough than what it appears, But look, for me, you play for basketball for many reasons. Some just play for money, but you also play for legacy. You play to feel good with your brothers, and develop chemistry and find a home. Right now, we've got the Villanova guys, we've got Julius, we've got Mitch, we've got feel good vibes right now. And look, whatever decision Isaiah's going to make today, assumably it's going to leak today, it's going to be a very, very tough decision for him, right? I don't expect Isaiah to take it lightly, right? I really think he is seriously thinking about the Knicks deal for under market value for $16.1 million for the first year. However, we don't know what the biggest other offer is going to be. Nick Claxton got himself 25, and I think Isaiah Hartenstein is way better than a Nick Claxton. What are your thoughts on that? Nick Claxton 25. Surely Isaiah is going to get that kind of deal from somewhere, unless Oklahoma need that money for somewhere else too. Something like that too. Now, Andre Drummond, like the chat saying, Andre Drummond, also Goga Bitadze, 2 names to watch right now. There's a way we could keep Precious Achiuwa too. So that's a situation to look out for too. And as Buzz is asking, is Shake and Burks officially gone too? As of now, yep, they're officially gone. Now, they could be brought back, but they're officially gone, fam. So that's the roster you see right now. The only guy missing that I took away that is reportedly on a non-guaranteed deal until January is Diakite, but we all know he's going, right? Jeffries, they declined to pick up his option as well. Precious Achiuwa, they decided not to offer a qualifying offer, so he's officially an unrestricted free agent. Alec Burks is an unrestricted free agent, so he's currently off the roster right now. Well, it's June 30, so he'll be off the roster in technically, 18 minutes too. So I heard the Knicks are interested in Drummond, Nick Richards, Bitadze, and we'll see, fam. There's a couple of names that people might not be familiar with, but the Houston Rockets center, Jock Landale, he's an Australian as well. He's currently on an unguaranteed deal, and he's waiting to hear if Houston pick up his option as well. He's a big who can actually shoot the three as well. Jock Landale might be a unrestricted free agent if Houston don't pick up his option too. So we'll figure it out. But JC, what's up? Says Def better. Isaiah, yep, I agree. I feel you. And River, yep, I'm from Australia right now. And been a Knicks fan since 92. So Appreciate you. CC says, is the deal still for 72 for iHeart? Yep. That's the deal. That's the most the Knicks can offer, Isaiah. And unfortunately, the first year is a little bit below the 17. It's going to be 16.2. And Isaiah is going to have to decide, look, depend on what other offers come, but the starting role is right here too. Now, lost in all of this about Isaiah is Mitch, Mitch underappreciated in terms of what he provides when healthy, but the most trouble and the most hurdles that we face with Mitch is durability, and hopefully Mitch can find a long run of health, and get to his peak, because when he is balling out, Mitch is definitely one of the the most valuable centers in the league, especially on his contract. Now, if Isaiah is to not come back today, Mitch becomes a huge part of the rotation now, the starter. And I think that's why we also drafted Ariel Hukporti, guys, too. We're going to do a big breakdown, too. And we're going to talk about, ways that he can help as well. So, yeah, appreciate you, River. Nice to hear that. Man, you're from Mountie. Been a fan since 2000. Who's your favourite Nick? Who's your favourite past Nick, or is a present Nick your favourite too? Nick Richards, Darren, I like his game. He'd be a nice acquisition as a depth piece. Now, Nick Richards is big, man. He's got size, experience too. So the Knicks will be looking for that too. And according to our man Darren, it looks like the CP3 has been waived by the Warriors. Sources tell Woj he had a $30 million guarantee date today, and the Warriors are waiving him. No surprises there, fam. Too. We had the Lakers, restricted free agent Max Christie, going to be signing a $32 million deal for 4 years. Wow. So he's getting paid the bag too. Obi got the bag. 4 years, 60. Shout out to Obi Toppin to getting his first big contract too, right? I know how it must feel. Well, I wish I knew how much it felt to get that kind of money, but I can understand that he'll be buzzing right now, just like the chat's buzzing. What do you guys think about Jalen Smith too, out of Indiana? He might shake loose. He's a free agent now, I believe. So Indiana is trying to make some big moves, and I think Jalen Smith might be attainable too. So looks like Philadelphia might be leading the race to get Paul George. Does that put them on the Knicks level? Let me know too. Landale is a mobile big, says CC. Yep. If you know, you know. He could be a sneaky ad. He's in his prime, 28. He shoots the three as well. So him and Bitadze could be 2 threes that stretch the floor for the New York Knicks. That could be big as well. They both can protect the rim as well. So yeah, Buzzer, CP3 is officially an unrestricted free agent now. Sources expect him to explore all options. There's interest from Phoenix once again, I think. So, CP3 for the minimum in the New York Knicks. Would that be something you'd be looking for too, right? Would be pretty crowded at the backcourt, but man, what experience CP3 would add to... Obviously, we've made 2 major moves, and we've got to wait a little longer for the Mikal Bridges trade to get finalized, because the picks involved in that deal was 2031, and that means that we have to wait for the new financial year. We might not have to wait very long, but we've also got to figure out which pieces we're going to send back to Brooklyn in order to not be hard capped. So you got to make sure that you're sending out more salary than you're getting back. And right now we're receiving $2 million more with Bridges over Bogdanovic. So we have to find a way to either sign and trade Precious. That's one way. We could sign and trade Alec Burks. We could, I think Begley's reporting with, looking at potentially moving Jericho Sims to lower that number and not be hard capped too. So obviously draft an Ariel Hukporti. Maybe if we do get Isaiah Hartenstein, then maybe we wish Jericho the best and he moves on to a fresh start. That makes a lot of sense to me. He's not a piece that I think we would really regret missing. He's had his time, he's had his opportunities, but the best news is that we're not thinking about moving on from Deuce McBride. So that is important, to note that the Knicks, obviously, as I thought was bogus at the time, the Knicks value Deuce McBride too much, right? To just throw him away. I get that getting the Mikal Bridges deal done is A1 business priority. You got to make that happen ASAP. But it makes no sense, and it never made sense to throw in Deuce McBride just to figure out the salary. There was other ways to get it done. The motivational tap-in says Knicks need rim protection and offensive rebounding, not a weak floater or risky passes. You want Mitch as the starting big man. Got love for Mitch. I said it before, Mitch is underappreciated. He is, right? He does a lot of things in an elite way, but obviously people will focus on some of the things that he can't do. But obviously he's a traditional center. Rebounds, protects the rim too. Mo Bamba is going to be available. CC, Mo Bamba, Harlem native. Him and I think Drummond have long had an affinity with playing for the Knicks. So that's a name to look out for, 100%. JC, pass for me is Pat Ewing. That's a great choice. Current is Brunson. Been a Knicks fan since 92, so I've been through it all with this team too. We're about on the same timeline, man. Myself, 91, 92, I believe, and also Patrick Ewing is my idol growing up. River says I became a fan in 2000, so Allen Houston was my favourite. Brunson and the Nova Boys, my favourites right now too. I love H2O, Allen Houston, one of the best shooting guards in history. 99 against the Heat, the floater, the game winner series to kill the Miami Heat. That was awesome. So we're a little under 10 minutes away from officially getting to free agency as well. We have Anil Gonga, who's reporting now KCP likely to sign with the Orlando Magic. So big time move if that happens for the Magic too, fam. I was hoping that Philly would not get him. So let me bring that up right now. Per a source, KCP likely to join the Orlando Magic. Man, they're no longer the Orlando Tragic. That's a big time move. That might be the first domino to fall for the night as we bring everyone up to speed. So Golden State waiving CP3 now positions the Warriors to access their full 12.8 mid-level, should it also lose Klay Thompson. So the Warriors can still make some moves if they lose CP3 and, of course, Klay. So Chris Paul, officially a free agent right now, been waived by the Warriors and missing out on the $30 million bag too. I mean, he was never getting that, fam. If you're giving Chris Paul $30 million right now at his stage of his career, then that'd be blind loyalty right now. So, hopefully he can find a nice spot but let's see, right? Isaiah Hartenstein, where does he get the bag, you know? And how much is it? That's going to determine the decision that he has to make tonight. I feel like we're going to get our answer. Does Isaiah Hartenstein remain a New York Knick? Now, breaking from Shams is that James Harden has signed a 2-year, $70 million deal with the Clippers. So that's a good deal for the Clippers, short term. A bloated deal to keep James Harden there happy, but it's just 2 years. So 2 year, 70 mil to keep James Harden as a Clipper too. They're going to lose Paul George. They will lose Paul George today. And it looks like Paul George might go to Philly, I think. And we're going to have a conversation about where Philly stack up. Where do you think Philly stack up if they were to get a Paul George right now, man? That would intensify our rivalry between the two. And got to make us feel even better, though, with having OG now, Mikal Bridges, and this depth at the wing spot, too. Now, don't sleep on Kevin McCullough, Pacome Dadier, as situational third-string guys, but I think Kevin McCullough's ready to give NBA minutes, spot minutes, absolutely, but, he could play rotation minutes. He's suffered some injuries. Hopefully he comes into the season healthy, but he's a real NBA body, real size at the wing spot. And of course he has that knack of being defensive, being tough, everything that Tibbs loves. I think that he could win minutes as well. Kind of like Quentin Grimes, early. Respect to Grimes early in his days. He got it. He fought, he battled, fought over screens, did the dirty work, not just your traditional spot-up shooter. But Kevin McCullough is known for his defense first, and that's going to get him, I think, in the good graces of Tibbs, and I think that's why the Knicks were interested. Tyler Kolek, not known for his defense, but hard-nosed. He competes, Pick-and-roll maestro, great assist to turnover ratio as well. We'll take care of the rock, and we'll set people up. So I feel great about our rookies. Obviously, Pacome Dadier is probably a little more raw, but the fact that he's the tallest out of all the wings, 6'9", and a high release, pull-up shot creation ability as well. You just never count out these young kids that are rising up real quick, because sometimes their games just reach that level quicker than others, and sometimes they are more ready. And I think he's a scorer, Pacome Dadier, too. He's great in the catch and shoot. Shot like 38% on catch and shoots in the Pro League in Germany. And Pacome Dadier could give us some offensive punch. To Luke C, blessings, brother. Blessings to everyone out here in the chat. Appreciate you for rocking out with us. The best chat in the biz. If you're new, welcome in. Make sure to subscribe, like the show, and I will shout you guys out. How are we feeling? Ready to have a great night. Susan, what's up? You're getting a little tired of the stuff with Hartenstein? He had a good season, but we had a surrounding cast of players that made it possible for him to shine if he doesn't move on. Low Key says, salute. If we lose iHeart, we should go for Mo Wagner. So he's another name, experience. And I think, it's a case of the Knicks will be looking at these vets, Obviously, Hukporti may be third string, but if we were to lose iHeart today, that we will be in a situation where we'll be searching for the next available big. To Almighty Finesse, what's up? Be right. iHeart is gone. It's official. So let me pull this baby up, and we'll see what's up with Isaiah and the latest news as we head towards free agency. Chris Paul has been waived, so we're waiting to find out. Fred Katz says, "Let's the games begin." I feel excitement, man. I still feel hyped over the Mikal Bridges OG deals too. Obviously, OG will sign his contract. We're in the moratorium period, so they can't actually put the ink to the paper, but we will get the official verbal confirmation too. You guys know where I stand. If you don't, I'll tell you right now. Every player that wears the New York Knicks uniform, I root for them no matter what, and I root for them, provided they haven't done us dirty. I root for them on their next stop. But what I do is I root for the team first, It's team before any player, There's that appreciation, but also, if you've been a fan for over 30, 40, 50 years, there are players that come and go. Players come in, they do their thing, and then the new players come in, and then new players come in after that. 50 years from now, there'll be new players. So, I obviously, root for these guys like anything, and we want to win that chip badly right now. But, I'm not going to, grieve over losing any player. You know what I mean? There's going to be a new player step up. That's just the way I believe. And you've got to have a great structure. This front office, the reason why the New York Knicks have moved up in, around the league is because we've put structure in place, where if players come and go, we still got the Tibbs setting the table. We still got the front office that, has a plan, bringing in culture guys, bringing in hard workers and all of that. And it's like, for now, when players come in, we don't have to bend around them. They have to bend around this current regime. If you don't work hard, if you don't play defense, you're not going to play. And that's the winning mindset that the Spurs had, Miami Heat had, Golden State had in their, championship runs. So it's really important that, any player coming in fits that culture. And I really feel like with these draft picks, they fit right now. So we're still waiting on the official word. Nothing's leaked yet regarding Isaiah Hartenstein. So, people are feeling like it's still likely he leaves due to the, the offers that he'll get. But we're still waiting word now. But we are officially in 24-25 free agency right now, fam. And we're going to hear something any minute. Any minute. I'm going to continue to refresh what's Woj got up for us. So we've got a Woj firecracker, and that's a Woj pin drop, and that's center Luke Kornet has agreed to a 1-year deal to return to the Boston Celtics. Luke Kornet, once a Knick, always a Knick, returning to the Boston Celtics on a 1-year deal. So, hey, I must admit, I wouldn't have minded Luke Kornet as a third, fourth string veterans minimum guy. But of course, he's going to stay with the team that he won a chip with as well. Congrats to him. Now, Shams reporting officially after 13 iconic seasons together, Klay Thompson is officially departing the Warriors to kind of feel, it's a bit of a sad era with that situation. A sad state of affairs for Klay Thompson to part that way, but that's the nature of the business, guys, that, you can't keep everybody together forever, and you can't keep everybody happy. Golden State do need to look forward to the future. And we'll see. Who are some names you guys want us to get if Isaiah's not back? Will says, I think iHeart comes back, unless Orlando makes him that crazy offer. I don't see OKC paying over 20 for a backup for them. We are starting to hear a little bit more word that Oklahoma are more looking for a complimentary big to Chet. So we'll see. Almighty wants CP3 on the Knicks for that vet minimum. Not going to lie, him backing up Brunson would be nice with Tyler Cole at learning. Obviously, Deuce will stay, but he'll play more off-ball role. I think Deuce is an excellent shooter now, too. So, we've got Knicks Knicks Nation, young and old, in the chat right now, coming together for this beautiful thing, free agency, and what an off-season the Knicks have had so far. But we're in such a great position now. We're number 2 on the NBA power rankings in some people's eyes. And obviously we are one of the teams to beat out east right now. Looks like Philly are favourites to get Paul George to pair him up with Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid. And that's going to be a new rivalry, I think, growing with Philly too. So Woj is saying LeBron is willing to take a $20 million pay cut in order for the Lakers to secure the full mid-level exception. Well, there's a sense LeBron will take it year to year now on new contracts instead of multi-year. I mean, it's about time LeBron took some kind of pay cut if he wants the Lakers to seriously contend. So that's something, man. That's something. We'll see. Obviously, he's 40 years old. He's been paid $1 million 100 times over. So, you know, if he wants the Lakers to contend, he needs to do something to help them out right now. But our guy, Jalen Brunson, might be the one to take that, you know, cheaper, you know, contract in his prime to really help us out. So, as we said earlier, great reporting from Ian Begley, SNY. The Knicks had very little appetite to include Deuce McBride in an eventual Mikal Bridges trade. So, I mean, that would have been a tough thing to stomach, losing Deuce McBride in that deal. But I'm glad now it appears that Deuce McBride is here for the long haul, and he ain't going nowhere. Deuce McBride, too. Darren, yeah, it's tough to know with Mo Bamba because, you know, he came in with heaps of potential, can stretch the floor out a little bit, but for some reason he just hadn't been able to find his feet, you know, and get any consistent minutes, you know. Maybe work ethic is an issue, health. The talent is there. I just don't know. I don't know why Mo Bamba hasn't been able to stick. So we'll see how it all works out. Sal wants us to get Jonas Valanciunas and Klay Thompson. I would love those guys too, man. But we would have to part with some guys. We don't have the money right now. And I'm not about to talk about Julius stuff because, yeah, right now Julius is here. And, you know, we're a formidable squad. But in terms about the culture, as I said before, you know, it's important whoever comes in has to fit the mold, right? We're found the recipe for success. That's guys who play defense, guys who rebound, guys who play hard, and you know, you don't have to shoot 48% from three, right? Tibbs will play you if you can earn your spot, you know, and you can earn minutes. You can play hard. I mean, I know we were down some bodies, but even Jericho Sims, in all honesty, he's a player that's not really deserving of any, you know, real minutes, but even he's been able to find, you know, some spot opportunities as well. So that just goes to show if you have, you know, certain skill sets that can contribute, such as rebounding, you know, playing in the dunker spot, fighting over screens, switching, and all of that, you know, you can find a role, you know. And I really feel like Kevin McCullough, Tyler Kolek, and maybe Errol Hukporti, if he sticks, will find themselves, you know, with some certain opportunities throughout the regular season, right? Because they all bring a specific, clear skill set. Rebounding, they'll bring toughness, they'll bring playmaking, and I think they'll learn really well from each guy they're behind, you know. Like Kolek's just going to be perfect learning off of Jalen Brunson. And of course McCullough, who's already been dubbed, you know, a Josh Hart kind of guy. He's going to be learning off Hart too. So that's just awesome. What did you think of the SmackDown skit with Jalen Brunson? So Brunson tweeted out, you know, I achieved a childhood dream. and but the hand is okay. There was a lot of concern whether JB hurt his hand. To uh, Either it was legit or it was a part of the skit, you know. But it looked like Jalen confirmed that it's no problem right now. Sam, what's up? Salute. Hopefully we get some great news today, any minute, that Isaiah Hartenstein is leaning towards the Knicks. Maybe he's taken some meetings. I know Paul George has met or is meeting with Philly, Orlando as well. So Ian Begley's reporting, keep an eye on Dallas here for Klay Thompson. So Woj is also backing that up. Klay plans to have discussions with the Mavericks, Lakers, Clippers, and Philly. Interesting. Very interesting, guys. Philly as well. So, I mean, Klay's a nice role player right now, but Father Time catches up to everybody, man. And can he be very valuable? Catching and shooting, playing a little bit of wing defense. Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think that Klay Thompson, is worth a huge deal. I'll put it that way, too. So Kevin Love is returning to the Heat on a 2-year, $8 million deal to return to the Miami Heat. Kevin Love. Right, that's a solid deal for a guy who used to be, basically on the waiver wire, when they picked him up. So that's insane. $4 million a year, and he adds that depth to the Heat. Look, gut feeling for me with Klay, I think he ends up with the Dallas Mavericks too. He'll maximize his earnings with the no state taxes out in Texas as well. And look, they're ready to compete. He can add a little bit more size next to Luka and next to Kyrie too. And look, Begley rarely misses, and he's been hinting towards Dallas as well as those guys to be the front runners too. So that leaves Philly with some of the major money. Orlando, looks like LeBron will take a pay cut to stay with the Lakers too. But Klay Thompson, the biggest name so far on the move, he will leave the Golden State Warriors, man, after 13 iconic seasons. And it's new days for Golden State and Steph Curry. James Harden gets his little bag for 2 years, right? I don't ever see the Clippers winning a chip with this nucleus. They just can't ever seem to get it right, Something's missing there, man. Kawhi, you got to look at him. He's in and out of the lineup, no consistency. James Harden, the same, right? If they lose Paul George, they're significantly weaker too. And I just don't ever see them getting over the Timberwolves, the Nuggets, Mavericks now, and of course Phoenix even, so it's going to be tough for the Clippers, man. But Balmer's got a lot of money. Buzzer says Klay has to play at the right price. Yep. Yeah, you said it. Sometimes the mind, doesn't meet the body. The body, changes and gives way, and the mind still feels like you're that prime all-star. You got to be realistic too. Now, I'm glad Sam's up in here with us, and Sam went to Marquette too on his grind as a law student. Love the Colette pickup. He'll be a great bench piece for us moving forward too. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on Marquette. How do you think he's going to go rookie season? And I think he's the perfect guard to learn from Jalen Brunson, right, with his assist to turnover ratio. Sam says, what do you think of the possibility of the Knicks trying to sign Saddiq Bey for a cheap on the minimum contract after we bring Ihart back, of course? I was thinking the same, man. Saddiq Bey, Ryan Arcidiacono, Villanova, the Villanova situation. Could we add more guys like that? So, yeah, I think there's got to be mutual interest. I really do, but depends how much money we can free up. It really does. There is a world where we can get the taxpayer mid-level, which is 5.2 or 5.5. I think Sadiq Bey might get better offers than that. But of course, if we want to expand a bigger trade and maybe make the numbers work a bit better, there's a chance. Sign and trade of Precious, sign and trade of including Jericho Sims maybe. So yeah, I think he would fit right behind Josh Hart and right behind Julius Randle for some four-man minutes. We're kind of stacked at the three with Bridges and obviously OG. Devo as well can play some three as well if we go with the two small guard lineups. McCullough and Dadier, we'll see how they look in Summer League. But Sadiq Bey, I think the organisation likes him. I think he's experienced, and Tibbs loves that. But cheap minimum contract, that would be a steal. That would be a no-brainer. We have to get him if it's that cheap. Darren says Sadiq Bey is good, but he has an ACL. So, yeah, it's tough. The money is a little tough right now. Yeah, I figure it's potential. And we'll see. He might want to go a place where he can get more minutes. That's the situation we're faced with. When you're really good, there's less minutes to go around. So I'm going to refresh right now. You guys keep buzzing. Throw any questions out here. Let us know your thoughts on the deals the Knicks are making, the moves. Got a second in the power rankings. Do some outlets. A lot of outlets giving the Knicks an A for their draft performance, the fits as well. So, reporting Chris Haynes, is it the Bulls offered Zach LaVine to the Warriors for a package including Wiggins and Chris Paul? Right, the Warriors declined and just released CP instead. Yeah, so there we have it, man. Zach LaVine, his market is not what it once was. I know a lot of Knicks fans were high on Zach LaVine. I was never high on his fit with the New York Knicks because of Tibbs and the situation. Can he play? Absolutely. Defensively, there's some challenges. Durability, there's some challenges. But for me, Zach LaVine was never a fit for me, especially with some other bigger pieces on the roster and the salary. 50+ mil. It's tough. I mean, look at how good of a job Leon Rose has done to get Mikal Bridges for basically just picks and not having to give up any rotation player. Also, to get Bridges on $23-24 million contract as well. That's a bargain in this day and age. And you got to respect that, finding the right fits as well. So, I mean, so far we've received a little bit of good news and a little bit of unfortunate news is that the salary cap number is slightly lower than what we expected. So we are going to have to make that move of a sign and trade or something to clear the space to get Mikal Bridges in here as well. But the positive news is it won't be Deuce McBride as well. So virtually no interest the New York Knicks have. So that's positive, right? Deuce was going nowhere. I would have been absolutely fuming if Deuce had been a part of a salary dump kind of deal. And look, I get the Mikal Bridges deal is huge. You gotta make it happen now, and the Knicks will make it happen. But it never made sense to me getting rid of Deuce to. So yeah, the draft night. What grade do you give for the Knicks draft night? Sam went to Marquette and is familiar with Tyler Kolek, but obviously a lot of us have watched the film already. And the Knicks scouts, they're some of the best in the biz too. I just want to pay my respect and appreciation for the Knicks scouts because, as I tweeted out in January, Walt Perrin and a key international Knicks scout came to Australia. That's right, came all the way to watch Ariel Hukporti in the NBL, as well as Alex Sarr, as well as all the other prospects in here, Bobby Clintman, AJ Johnson, some other local products. But the scouts, my point is, the scouts get busy for the New York Knicks. Obviously, we took a European guy as well, playing in Germany, impressed out there. The Knicks found a lot of dimes with their hard work as well. And of course, the local products, Kevin McCullough, Tyler Kolek, ready-made, 23 older seniors, right? Which is the right fit for where the roster is at. Darren's feeling it with the A+, what the Knicks have added to this squad. Yeah, we've added toughness, work ethic, and experience, and culture guys as well. Winners right now. So, continuing to refresh, what's Woj got next? The Jazz are planning to waive the center Omer Yurtseven. I'm not as familiar with his game, but there we have it. A center now is on the market, available after getting waived. Omer Yurtseven. Two. Developing. The Kings are in active trade talks to acquire Brandon Ingram, BI, from the Pelicans. So the Kings trying to arm up. I know that makes some sense. The Kings have regressed a little bit. Could they get Brandon Ingram? That would be a splash in the West right now. Brandon Ingram's stock has dropped a little. He's not a two-way player, let's face it. Brandon Ingram is excellent offensively. Does have some trouble durability-wise and, defensively. Of course, he was benched in Team USA too, but could be a good deal. Could be a nice ad for a Sacktown too. The Pelicans have expressed a trade interest in Wendell Carter from Orlando. So look out for Orlando. There's a lot of moving parts potentially. Mo Wagner. They've waived Joe Ingles now as well. What would you guys think about a Joe Ingles on a veteran minimum? Could play some backup power forward now. Little older. 36 now, I think. But, some spot minutes, veteran. Wouldn't be the worst veterans minimum guy to get. He can spot up. He can shoot. He can play backup four now that he's a bit older, a bit bigger. So let's see. But Chris Haynes reporting that there's growing optimism that Philly are going to land PG 13, right? That's the best Philly could do, in my opinion, right? Getting Clay doesn't really put Philly on the Knicks level, in my opinion, in that first tier. They're still in that second tier of the East. But if they were to get Paul George, Maxey, Embiid, if he can stay healthy, KCP, then Philly are really probably had their best, their best possible off-season, right? Shedding Tobias Harris, of course. They might still bring back Kelly Oubre. We'll see how it plays out with that. So, yeah, DeMar DeRozan, Buzzer, is still, as I know, is still with the Bulls. And there's a deal still to be ironed out. I don't know if they can agree on a certain number, but I would expect DeMar to stay with the Bulls. I don't really see a whole lot of teams offer big money too. Sam says McConnell is a fair comparison in my opinion, but I think he has the potential to be better than him for sure. So, Kolek's a gamer, true floor general. He's capable of being a willing average level defender. Yeah, I could see a 8 to 10 year career as a backup. Really, solid. Reggie Jackson type. Maybe a guy like Tyus Jones as well. A guy at one point in his career is good enough to start or play starting minutes, but most likely, that kind of steady backup to So yeah, we'll talk more about Ariel Hukporti. I mean, I've been the leader of his praise because yeah, a lot of people aren't familiar with his game. So we are going to talk more about him, but as we're going through more breaking news, the first hour of free agency is just waiting for these dominoes to drop as we know more, yeah, about the roster. But yeah, Ariel Hukporti is good enough to be a backup, be the primary backup. People think he's a little raw, or he's, because he was pick 58. Ariel Hukporti's a 3-year pro, and he's a seasoned body, and he's an elite rim protector, rebounder, and he's solid in drop coverage as well. He's a better option than Jericho Sims, and we're going to see more of him in Summer League as well. But Nicholas Batum, the Athletic is reporting, will not be returning to Philly. So there you have it. That's the loss that Philly get. Not the biggest loss, but Nick Batum won't be returning to Philly. So he helped them out, right? He killed the Knicks in a game or two, and he's an older guy now. Let's see where he ends up too, fam, as well. Does that pave the way for Paul George or Clay to find their way too? So let's see how it all plays out, right? Look, there's no doubt Philly will be the next biggest threat. I'm not saying they're a huge threat, but they'll be the next biggest threat in the East. I don't buy the Bucks anymore, unfortunately, for Bucks fans. I spoke to a lot of Bucks fans that weren't happy with their draft. They picked two guys that were a little more green. However, Miami, they're I think their current best days are, past them. Orlando are on the come up. Indiana's on the come up, but they're not quite there yet. Pound for pound, their roster is just not good enough, to get to that Boston Knicks territory. But it's Boston Knicks side by side, in my opinion, and then it's Philly is the second tier, and then everywhere else is a drop off, in my opinion. Now, look, Cleveland, respect to them if they can keep Donovan Mitchell, but they've got to make some more moves. Figure it out with Garland. That's not a fit with Spider. But right now, it's the Knicks, Boston, second tier, Philly. There's always going to be that health over Joel Embiid. You see, even if they get PG, once they get through an 82 season grind and we get to the playoffs, what's going to happen with Joel Embiid, right? It's all good to get Paul George, but what happens if Embiid is not healthy? Then, they're kind of banking on him too much, and it's back to square one, again. So, Jonas Valanciunas is a unrestricted free agent. So, yeah, he doesn't need to be waived. He's officially a free agent right now. He can go wherever the heck he wants. So, but he's going to command, I think, 20 plus mil at least, fam. So, Clay will not return to the Warriors, Buzzer. It's already been confirmed that Klay Thompson and his days with the Golden State Warriors are done. Yep. So yeah, that's been reported now. Clay's on the move. It's just a matter of which team. It'd probably be the Dallas Mavericks, in my opinion. But look out for possibly Philly to do something. But the New York Knicks, we've got to keep our own free agents. We're getting Bridges. We're getting OG back. And we're welcoming in some extra depth with the draft picks too. I think there's a case to make that each draft pick we made was the sneaky best pick. McCullough might be the most ready-made for next season. He did it all for Kansas. Put the ball on the floor, rebounded, drove it up the court, outlet passing. Josh Hart light. He's a Josh Hart understudy. But with more size, you know, and a little bit more offensive skill set, I think, than Josh Hart was at his age. So that's promising. But Combe Dadier might be more ready than people suspect, right? I always, leave the door open for these 18-year-olds that, are not only growing still in height, but their game is growing rapidly too, You ever play these kids in the park, 16, 17, 18. Now, some of the things that they can do are just so advanced. And I always respect players that played pro a little bit more than the college game, right? You see, it's harder to evaluate a college player dominating another college player. But if you can play pro and hold your own at 18, to me, that shows that you would have a little bit more dominance against college guys too. So, Pacome Dadier, he said he's not getting stashed. He said that he hopes to become, on the roster this season, and be a part of it. I believe him, but we'll wait to see what Leon Rose does. Obviously, we'll wait for Summer League first, but we're trying to fill out roster spots. And I think Pacome Dadier might just be part of the roster this year. Black Snake says Clay ain't coming to the East Coast. He wants to stick around the West. Stick it to the Warriors. Yeah, look out for Dallas. That's my pick too. Mike, thanks for joining us. Glad you could join us. Welcome in. And let us know your thoughts on what's happening, Mike. Buzzer with the super chat. Is the Mikal Bridges trade official, or is it at July 6? Yep, July 6, fam. Because that's when the moratorium period ends. So, yeah. All of these deals that happen right now are only verbal agreements. Nobody can actually, put physical ink on a contract, or trades be made official until that period ends. So yeah, but that doesn't mean we will hear the particulars before that as well. It just won't be the Knicks announcing it. But what we've been able to do, we've been able to negotiate with Isaiah, and we've been able to offer a verbal contract, with assuming we're going to free up the necessary with the Bridges deal, right, to make sure that we can offer Isaiah the 72 mil, 4 years, 16.2 million for the first year starting point. So that's important that Isaiah goes into all these meetings with the idea that he knows that the Knicks, okay, we've verbally offered you this deal, iHeart. Now go find, go speak to other teams if you need, and know that this deal is on the table. And I think he does know that right now, but we will find out a little bit more. And I'm going to refresh to see what Shams has got for us too, fam, on the Isaiah Hartenstein front. So Shams is reporting OKC first on the list to be courting Isaiah Hartenstein. So with teams cap space opened up, Orlando focused on wing free agents, Utah focused on current roster decisions, and Knicks working to unhud cap themselves. Sources are telling Shams that Oklahoma Thunder are in Oregon set to meet with Isaiah Hartenstein right now. So, we will find out, man, in a matter of hours or so, maybe less. We have some people trolling, tweeting out the Tobias Harris news in 2019 that he's agreed to a 5-year, 180 mil. Right, I see what people are doing. Tobias Harris is not getting that bag anymore, man. But that was a bag and a hell. 180 mil back in 2019. So there we have it. We have some iHeart news. I'm going to bring it up on screen right now. And that is, as reported, Oklahoma is set to meet with Isaiah Hartenstein right now in Eugene, Oregon. So he will know a lot more, and dare I say, there won't be that many other teams, if any, after that, right? Shams already said that Oklahoma is working on this, Orlando's working on wing free agents, Utah is focused on their own current roster decisions, and the Knicks are now working to unhard cap themselves. So, yeah, we will hear something probably on the Precious Achua front or Jericho, because that's the best way to free up the money, you know. Mike Scotto is also reporting that some around the league believe Isaiah could earn roughly $23 million per year on a multi-year deal from a rival team. So that's to be expected. Those will be about the numbers, fam. Those will be about the numbers in terms of getting it done, and so that we can move on with this Mikal Bridges deal too. See, first order of business, buzzer and chat, is that I think Isaiah will tell us his decision. Once we know that decision, then we'll know what we need to do, you know, to make the Mikal Bridges trade more easy for us, right? You see, if Isaiah is not going to come back to us, we don't need to be doing, you know, shedding Precious or signing and trading and going through all that trouble, you know? So once Isaiah says, yeah, I'll choose you, then we proceed with step 2, which is freeing up the necessary, you know. But right now, it's pulling the cart before the horse. You know, we don't need to do that yet, because if Isaiah goes somewhere else, it's less of a priority. So that's what's up, first and foremost. Now, yeah, among the news yesterday, the New York Knicks had picked up the second year on Jake Toppin, CC. I'm happy about that, you know. We need another guy on the two-way. We keep him playing in Westchester. Yeah, he's 6'9", got hops, and hopefully his game can continue to develop. You know, he might be a piece for the future, and we need to continue to develop guys as well. So, great point. I agree with you. I think let's go. Yes, Prezi lets us know. Welcome in, Prezi. What's up? Do you guys think, is Isaiah staying or is he going to? I said it before, it's 50-50. I really do. So, it's 50-50, and right now, you know, his meeting with Oklahoma, it's serious, you know. The interest is serious. So we've got some updates. Let me refresh this thing. More of the same. Steph Bondy is also reporting the same as Shams. He's hearing out Oklahoma's sales pitch. So Isaiah Hartenstein is meeting with Oklahoma. I get it, right? The writing was on the wall, right? If we are leaning one way or the other, as Begley suggested, is that Isaiah is going to hear teams out, you know? Look, you know, you don't play basketball for very long. Money is obviously a big factor in this. Obviously, he knows what the Knicks can do, all of that, but it's not the end of the world. Like I said, there's free agents available. It would be a blow if Isaiah doesn't return, but we've still got Mitch. We drafted a center, and we've got some little bit of a bag to spend on somebody, a veteran available that can help us out. But looks like Oklahoma now are aggressively pitching to our guy, Isaiah Hartenstein, now, taking his meeting. And I think it's going to be chaos within the next hour or so. Something will leak to Woj or Shams about what's happening, which way or the other. So, as Prezi says, it's between us and our trade partners, the Oklahoma City Thunder, man, as well. Maybe we can make something happen in terms of a sign and trade. Let's go. Nick Yak says we need his cheaper contract more than right now, more than him. and a 90 to 10 he is gone. Yep. Appreciate your thoughts on what's happening with Isaiah. Knicks 25 champs says, I think iHeart is gone. Money talks. As I said before, he's really deciding. It's not just the money situation, but obviously the money does talk. But the Knicks might have other ideas as well. I think we will quickly pivot to. Don't be surprised if we agree to a couple of other deals tonight. If we can make this trade happen quicker in terms of the pieces. But like I said, the Isaiah decision, I think, is the first domino. Then we go back to Brooklyn and we say, all right, let's verbally finalize this deal so that we can know how much money we can offer to another free agent of the likes of Drummond, Mo Bamba, Bitadze, Mo Wagner, Nick Richards, Jock Landale. A lot of different names available, and that's why I'm not sweating so much. Obviously the best thing Isaiah brought was his hustle, the offensive rebounds and that. When Mitch is healthy, he gives us that. And obviously we need adequate backup. That's the biggest concern for me, right? If Mitch is coming in as our starting center, cool. But we need 3 bodies behind him, right? If we're ready to make a deep postseason run. Look, I'm gonna big up Ariel Hukporti, but coming into his rookie season, it's a lot to place on his shoulders to be the primary backup, right? We need another veteran, and then him and Jericho or so could fight it out for the third string, too. Part of me was still thinking the Knicks would entertain Ryan Dunn, because he is 6'9", he could give you some spot minutes at the 5 as well as a mobile, taller forward rim protector. But we obviously pivoted. We got our guy Pacome, Daddy A, but we do bring back OG Anunoby too, who we know can play some small ball 5. Maybe Juju is going to be taking on a little bit more of that role. As maybe some spot minutes at the 5 as well. Let me know. Would you want to see Juju playing some spot minutes at the 5 too? Buzzer says Tobias Harris should return some of that money back from 2019 when he signed the 180 mil. I'll tell you what, man. I don't know if any Knicks fan has ever felt that way about a Knick in terms of the way Philly fans would have driven Tobias Harris to the airport, man. Not only driven, they would have shot him out of a cannon, I think, out of that city, ready to get him out of there after the postseason as well. Mike says, I believe iHeart wants to stay, and I believe Leon Rose can make it happen. Players have taken less. Yeah, they've done it before. But you have to really give them the right incentive too. What's up, Yesenia? Can't blame him if he goes for more money. I'm really curious to see what the role is in Oklahoma, because Chet Holmgren is, central to their talks probably tonight, right now, during their meeting. If I'm Isaiah, I'm saying, okay, cool. You're going to be offering me 23, 24, 25 mil. What's my role going to be? Am I going to be, playing a little less minutes? Is the plan to play Chet at the 5 a little bit as well? Or is the plan to play me at the 5 the full time? Look, if I'm Isaiah, right, one factor I'm factoring in is my health as well. Let's be honest. Isaiah did face some Achilles injuries, and as a big man, as a guy who's just going to get older, those Achilles concerns might linger, And if you want to secure your bag, I get it. If you don't want to play on these 1-and-1 deals and all of that, if your Achilles is a little bit dicey, you know. So get the 4 years, get the max. But it's not like the Knicks offer is chump change either. You know, 72 million for 4 years is pretty solid for I think that is his worth, to be honest. I think that is Isaiah Hartenstein's worth, because he is limited in some things. You're right. He deserves that money, but he can't do much more than pass, rebound, and the floater. You know, but look, the salaries are going up and all of that, right? That's one of the reasons I don't want Karl Anthony Towns to. So, reporting Jake Fisher is that the Clippers are working to find a trade for Russell Westbrook. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought Russ was going to stay, according to reports the other day. Russell Westbrook, no fit for the Knicks in my opinion, but it's interesting what the Clippers are trying to do. Maybe they're trying to save a little bit, free up some money, but I think too many cooks in that kitchen right now. I mean, the Clippers had Harden, Russ, Paul George, Kawhi. You know, Tucker's coming back. You know, they didn't really know who had the ball at what time. You know, to be an organized team, you need a hierarchy. You know, let's say 2 minutes to go. The ball's in your hands. You're our guy. You know, you're our primary scorer throughout the game, etc. You know, you need to assign these roles too. Bodega, what's up? Go get Jose Alvarado and Mo Wagner. I like those two guys. That would be two solid pickups. Jose Alvarado, New York native. Mo Wagner would bring some aggro, would bring some, you know, some of that craziness, I think, that the Knicks had in the 90s as well. You hate him when he's up against you, but if he was playing for your team, you could tell he would get under the skin of these other teams, right? Could you imagine Mo Wagner getting Miles Turner all agitated, being that instigator against Joel? Could you imagine Mo Wagner getting Joel Embiid all hot and heavy, pulling his leg? Right, he is a bit crazy, is Mo Wagner. But so, Lamont, I like Goga. Goga, he's a good name. I've always felt he's a little underappreciated. He is what he is, really. He's a good depth piece. He can shoot. He's got long arms. He can really protect the hoop. You know, he'd be a real solid backup for that 5 milli, and he could start if Mitch is out. You know. So with Russell Westbrook having opted into his $4 million deal, the Clippers are now working to find a trade. Okay. Heck, I'm just spitballing here, but a Precious Achiuwa for Russell Westbrook trade would not only give the Knicks more, I think, salary relief, we might be able to then, you know, pull something else off. Because Precious Achiuwa, I think, is on 6 point something mil. Russell Westbrook's on 4 mil. So that might be the difference to get the New York Knicks below the deal. League sources indicate to Tony Jones is that Russ has interest playing for Denver. Okay, so like you guys said, most of these guys want to stay out west. You know, if you've been playing in LA, you're used to the weather. He wants to stay in Denver right now. But the Clippers are working on trades for him. Yeah, maybe Tobias Harris has a future as an actor, man. Future career as a performer too. Like Bodega says, appreciate everyone smash that like button. The Knicks streets are buzzing. We've got some guests lined up next week, later in the week too. Look out for that as well. If you're new, welcome in. Like and subscribe to the channel. Love the interaction, and we shout you guys out. So the biggest domino will be Paul George. I think it looks like he's going to go to Philly or Orlando. Klay Thompson might be going to Dallas too. What happens to KCP? Because I tell you, if the Denver Nuggets lose another key piece, like they did losing Bruce Brown, that hurt them. But if they lose KCP as well, I mean, the Joker might just well pack it up. You know, they're a good team, but the West is heating up right now. So we're managing our expectations. Isaiah Hartenstein is currently meeting with Sam Presti and Oklahoma. You know, Sam Presti's going to be pulling out some kind of voodoo stuff. He's going to be pulling out some, draft. He's going to, instead of Phil Jackson putting his rings on the table, Sam Presti's going to be pulling these draft picks on the table. But he's also going to be putting on a bag for Isaiah Hartenstein. Look, Obi got his bag today. Congrats to him. 4 years, 60 mil. That's 15 per. And it looks like another guy is going to get paid. Isaiah Hartenstein. Right. Respect. He's earned it. But let's see what happens. Right. You know, obviously the Knicks are a place where, you know, players now coming and we're increasing their value. You know, obviously the coaching staff, Thibodeau, you know, these guys, although in the contract year, you know, we did put them in positions to play well enough, you know, and get a good bag as well. So salute to them. If Josh Hart was a free agent this year, his price would have gone up, right? Lucky we got him a year earlier. If Dante DiVincenzo was a free agent this year, we'd be screwed because he'd be earning north of 18 now, north of 20 even. But the fact that Leon the Don got Devo on a 4-year, you know, mid-level, 12 million per is a stroke of genius, but a stroke of luck as well, because we gave Dante the keys as a starting shooting guard, and he elevated his stock to the next level, right? People talking about KCP right now. If DiVincenzo was a free agent, he'd be probably the lead shooting guard free agent over Clay, over KCP, and all of that. You know what I mean? People would be hot and heavy for DiVincenzo if he was a free agent. So that lets you know that we've got incredible value. We did incredible business last off-season, and we've done amazing so far this season as well, right? We gave Deuce as well a bargain contract, 3-point-something mil. Lucky he's not a free agent now as well. So you need a little bit of luck along the way. Roster building is not easy, right? Now this NBA, the cap, is trying to make things so difficult for us, you know. And look at Denver, like I said, you know, you're trying to build a dynasty, and it just gets taken away. So you got to be smart. You got to offer these players multiple year deals if it's below market value, and buy their upside. You know, buy into their upside. You know, now Dallas. What do you guys think about Quentin Grimes finding his way over to Dallas now? All the shots that Tim Hardaway leaves behind now can go to Quentin Grimes, you know, but he plays more defense. He's not a chucker. What's up, D Cool? Salute. Will says our guys on insanely good deals compared to what's out there right now. Randall, Brunson, Devo, Bridges. These are all amazing contracts, dude. Yeah, I feel like Leon Rose has lived up to the expectation that on the business side of things, you know. Brock Aller, these guys. Don't forget Gerson Rosas was the president in Minnesota. Tibbs was acting president at one point. So you put all these guys together and they know the business side of the NBA better than anybody. They know what is a valuable, fair contract. I mean, Leon Rose literally built an empire as a businessman And he started as a lawyer, very smart guy, and we interviewed his first NBA client with Chris Anstey, a pro in Australia. Check that interview out if you haven't. You learn a little bit more about Leon Rose's, come up. And so Leon Rose then, obviously built CAA up to where it is right now, right? That's why, Dolan really hired him. A lot of people made it about that Leon Rose was just here to bring stars. That's true. But he was also here because he knows the business, as a power agent, not to get fleeced, what's fair and what is not fair, as well. And if you do have to overpay, which guy you have to overpay to get. So that's why our cap sheet looks so good for the talent that we have. It's one thing to have a good squad, but if your cap sheet looks like a mess, then you might reach the end of the road at one point. And Denver got one championship, might be curtains for them. Milwaukee won their one championship, one and done with Giannis. Their cap stuff is in hell right now. Minnesota might be a cautionary tale because the West is just so strong. But luckily they've got Anthony Edwards, who's such a young talent, and they've got time. J.I. says, I think that's a good move for Dallas. Yeah, great move to get out of Tim and change him with Grimes. But still some questions over Quentin Grimes, There is some inconsistency and some health concerns with him as well. So, look, our guy, even if we had a little bit more money to spend, I don't know if the Knicks would have gone to 25 territory for Isaiah. It would have been interesting to see what we did if we actually did have the capacity to offer iHeart a bigger deal. Maybe we would have just drawn the line at 18, 19 and said, you know what, if you can get more than that, then all the power to you. We know a fair deal when it's staring us in the face. There is a lot of value out here right now. So, looks like the Clippers trying to trade Westbrook and he's $4 million. Maybe they weren't expecting him to opt in. See, that's the issue when you're trying to free the books as well. PJ Tucker also opted in too. We have Josh Hart, our guy, weighing in on free agency so far. He sums it up, man. It's been anticlimactic. 6 p.m. anticlimactic. Right. We've had no big deal really drop, although we've had a lot of news trickle in. So chat's been buzzing, and we're waiting to see what happens with Isaiah with this meeting. But so far, LeBron is looking like he's going to finally take less for the first time in his career to, help the Lakers get the mid-level. I'll believe it when I see it. Looks like Klay Thompson is leaning towards Dallas. Paul George leaning towards Philly, I think. Philly or Orlando is the reports. KCP looking like he's a target of Philly and Orlando as well. We'll see what Denver can do. But outside of that, Russell Westbrook on the move. CP3 was waived by the Warriors, so he can be basically free to go where he needs. Lamont, good question. Why is iHeart not meeting with the Knicks first? The reason being, Lamont, is that technically the Knicks have met Isaiah already. As of the last 6-7 days, the Knicks and Isaiah were free to negotiate. So you have been able to negotiate with your current team for the last week. So I think they already know where things stand between each other. And then I think the rest is just yet to happen with the other teams. Yeah, Jalen Smith, good pickup, good name. To Buzzer Beater with the $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Buzzer. Let's go. Do we have to match salary on a Mikal deal? Can the Nets cancel the deal? How does a sign and trade with Chewy help us? How many wins for 2024? Great questions. Let's go through it one by one. So, do we have to match the salary on the Mikal deal? Not exactly, like the salary doesn't have to be exactly matching. The deal still can happen as currently reported, which is basically just Bojan and those picks. And then all we get is Mikal Bridges. So there's no danger of the deal being cancelled. So you can breathe a sigh of relief. All that's going to happen is there might be a slight itineration of the deal in terms of us including Precious being signed and traded back to Brooklyn or somewhere else. Maybe it becomes a 3-team deal of another itineration. But yeah, we don't have to match the exact salary. But why we have to do our best to shed some more salary is so that we don't get hard capped. As the deal currently sits, we take back more salary than Bojan's salary. So if we can find a way to shed that $2 million difference with another contract of sorts, then that gives us the flexibility to then do a little bit more maneuvering. We might get a little bit more money in the cap to spend, and we also get the $5.5 million exception as well. So that's how a sign and trade for Chewy helps us get him off the books. Now, in terms of how many wins, I'm going to predict 56 right here. I'm going to predict, my early prediction is 56 wins, man. 6 more wins than this season coming up. But let's see how it plays out. 56 wins is going to have you, jockeying for the top seed. But more importantly, it avoids Boston in the first 2 rounds as well. So appreciate you for the super chat. Let us know if that makes sense to you. Gerard says LeBron took less in Miami. That is correct. Although I think it was on the margins, but this pay cut looks to be quite significant too. What's up, Matt? Do you think it's possible for Brunson or other Knicks could agree to take a couple million less to help keep Isaiah? That's something that hasn't been talked about much. Now, that would require a lot, and I think it's not likely, not because they wouldn't want to do it. I think you're then going to have to rewrite contracts and all of those things. I think the simplest thing to do, Matt, right now is to, make sure we can offer Isaiah what we can, which is the 16th starting salary. And that's the most we can offer Isaiah. So I don't think the other contracts are a hold-up. So yeah, that makes more sense now. Isaiah, due to the new CBA, the Knicks don't have his full bird rights, unfortunately. Full bird rights come with 3 years of tenure. And unfortunately, we've only had Isaiah for 2 seasons, as well. So there's been a lot of talk. Could the Knicks just do a 1-and-1, bring Isaiah back for 1 year, get his full bird rights, and then give him a full max deal? Unfortunately, again, there's something in the CBA that doesn't allow us to do a 1-and-1. Now, again, this CBA is making things quite difficult. So we can only offer 175% of his current contract because we don't have his full bird rights, and unfortunately other guys taking pay cuts won't allow us to offer anything more. So best believe if there was any other way that's quite viable, the current front office would have done it already. The reason we're sitting here today is simply there's just no more loopholes in the CBA that allows us to offer iHeart anymore. What's up, Tariq? If iHeart leaves, the Knicks will re-sign Achua because no team is going to give Precious a big deal. that could be something to really monitor. I think Tibbs is a big fan. I think Precious has shown, at the very least, that he's capable in the regular season and he can be relied on, and he can give you depth at the 4 and the 5 spot as well. I wouldn't be mad at that. Obviously, Tibbs will favour familiarity over some of these other names that are a bit of an unknown. And talking about Wagner, Nick Richards, some of these other names. But I think the dream, obviously, is to bring back the same starting, centre tandem as well with Precious. That fills out the 4 spot. And then, we give this season a huge run for the top seed with Hukporti and Sims still there. Jalen Smith, playing defense, fits our culture, stretches the floor, he's in our age range, and most important, he fits our budget. What do you think? I could see that happening. I really can. So here is where it's at. The silver lining is, if by say we find out any minute that Isaiah is not coming back, we can make other moves to make sure we get 5.5 million taxpayer mid-level exception to spend as well. Now that money's not a huge amount, but it's enough to get someone serviceable, whether that is Bitadze, whether that is Drummond, whether that is Jalen Smith. I mentioned Jock Landale as well, for those that aren't familiar with his game. He's with Houston. He's a 7-footer that can rebound, block shots, and shoot threes as well. So there's some hidden gems around the league that, for that money, I think we could get somebody as well. Signing and trading Achua is still a possibility as well, if another team wants him bad enough. But right now, the plan on draft night was pretty clear, guys, and I know a lot of people have talked about this, but one of the reasons why the Knicks did all that maneuvering was not just to really get out of a first-round salary. It was to make sure we added more picks in the second round. Now, why was that important? Because a second-round draft pick simply is the lowest salary player on a roster. So that is an ability for the Knicks to fill out more players on the roster at the cheapest possible cost. So Kolek, Mikal, Ariel Hukporti can officially be signed for the lowest possible minimum starting salary, which is then going to ease the burden and lower the total salary cost as well. So that's why it's not so imperative that Pacome Dadier becomes a stash, right? His deal is going to be roughly a $2.5 million deal in the first year. If they feel like he's good enough to hang around in the first year, they can roster him, because the other three will be on such great deals. Kolek, Mikal, and Hukporti as well. I think their starting salary can be like 900K, 1.1 mil. Really, really low number. So, what's up, Lamont? Looks like, according to the chat, Andre Drummond is on the move. So, Nuggets showing interest in Russ. Let's see what happens out here with Drummond, too. Michael Scotto with the breaking news. I'm going to bring that up on the screen right now. Andre Drummond, man, finding his way back to Philly. Hoops hype, Michael Scotto. Philly and free agent center Drummond have agreed to a 2-year, $10 million deal. League sources told Hoops hype. Drummond gets a player option in year 2. During his career, Drummond's been a 2-time All-Star and 4-year rebounding champ. Man, he's trying to sell Drummond right there. Okay, so that's solid for Philly. They get a little bit of insurance for the Joel Embiid situation. But look, Drummond was not moving the needle for me personally, right? I don't mind Drummond. He does what he does well, rebounding, can protect the rim a little bit, but he's not very agile. and he's not he's not capable of passing the ball. He shoots a terrible free throw percentage as well, right? Mitchell Robinson over him all day, every day. Now, would he have been a good depth piece? Sure, but I think we might be trying to go for something a little different. Someone who can space it out a little bit more. Bitaze, Mo Bamba, maybe Wagner, or maybe Landale, Nick Richards even. Yeah, look, Tariq, OG deal, that's kind of where the market's at, and definitely it is a very, very high deal, high number, but I think he showed his impact. Obviously, getting Bridges makes things so much easier. Now, without Bridges, that OG deal would definitely be looking a little different because backup-wise, we know at some point OG might need, might miss some time. And so having Bridges now as insurance means that you're kind of playing with house money. The motivational tap-in, Knicks better be keeping Mitch, Embiid and Drummond will be a huge matchup. Yeah, big time matchups too. Right. I mean, I hate Philly, man. What Embiid did to Mitch has not been spoken of enough, and I know us real fans still feel a certain way about it because all this talk about Mitchie and his injury history, that needs to be factored in, The guy was playing well. He was playing relatively healthy until Joel Embiid decided to do something that you don't even do in the playground, and I still feel like a New York Knicks should have stepped to Joel Embiid. Now, I'm not talking about getting suspended or anything, but that stuff doesn't fly on the playground, you know what I mean? Let alone in a professional game. And look, Mitchie's a bigger man than most because he stayed cool. He stayed cool about it, but that could affect his career, the guy had surgery on his leg. That's no joke. And, to do that kind of stuff, that's the dirtiest of the dirtiest stuff, right? A knee to the groin or, a little elbow to the temple. To me, that's just a bit of gamesmanship, on a different level. But pulling a guy's leg when he's up in the air, that's just a no-go zone, That's a no-go zone right there as well. And I know, most people would have thrown hands, right? Let Joel Embiid pull Draymond Green's leg down when he's in the air. There would have been hands thrown. You know what I mean? But that's the thing with the Knicks. We had a little bit of issues being undersized. Hart getting bullied a little by Siakam. Brunson's undersized. I would love us to, obviously we miss Julius's enforcement. That's the thing that Julius gives this team that some people haven't talked about enough is physicality. He's the bully for us. He'll bully ball, bully the other team. Physicality. I like Ariel Hukporti. He's a bruiser. You know what I mean? Jericho Sims is a quiet dude. He's not playing any bully ball. Now Kevin McCullough has a bit of dog in him. From what I'm hearing, there was some contentious stuff in Kansas in the locker room. He had some health concerns. He didn't really want to risk it. But when Kevin McCullough plays, he plays hard. He does remind me a little bit of, your KCPs, those guys that, they don't take a step back. Like DiVincenzo as well. Bless him, he's 6'4". He's not, again, he's undersized for a 2 guard. Now, it's important to bring back, some positional size. Mikal Bridges, 6'7". That's good. If he's playing at the 2, that's giving the New York Knicks more size. Now, if you look at this projected starting lineup, we've got Brunson at the 1. But outside of Brunson, every single guy is bigger for their position. Bridges, bigger for the 2. OG, he's a big 3. Julius is a proper 4. And Mitchell Robinson is a big center. So that's important to me. What do you guys think? AP, what's up? Yeah, Mitchie had to get surgery. A lot of surgeries happening, and also I haven't had a chance to really address this, but the New York Knicks, by reports, have signed, a guru in health science as well, which is cool. I know that's not going to win. That's not going to win the headlines, but at least it's something that we're doing, to help our guys, through load management, through injuries, through medical advice. We always say, that never counts against the cap, right? So as long as James Dolan is willing to spend on other things, spend around the margins, I welcome that. You know what I mean? Because we shown, we could be the finalists this year if we were healthy. So what did we do? We went out and we stole the best in the business from Dallas, the leading health science doctor from Dallas as well. He's been with them 20 years. So we know we must have made it worth his while. We must have offered something. And he is Casey Smith, I believe his name. And, he's going to get the best out of OG. What's one way to offset paying OG that deal is to bring in this health science dude. What's another way to help out with, Mikal Bridges staying, the NBA's Iron Man, is to bring in him. Same with Julius. So we're still waiting on news, but of Isaiah, as he's meeting with Oklahoma right now. If you're just joining us, welcome in. We're buzzing. The chat's popping. And Knicks free agency day one. Been a little underwhelming around the league, but we knew the Knicks have been, they've been won the headlines already with Mikal Bridges, right? We are the team to beat outside of, the current reigning champions, they're bringing back the same team. But one domino that's fallen is Andre Drummond, right? I'm not worried, but it does look like, that was the range that he was talked about, 5 million, 2 years, right? So that's the thing with Drummond. His name keeps getting spoken of, but he's never consistent. Why is he always on 1-year deals, 2-year deals? He lost the bag a few years back. See, he's never been able to really repair his brand to the level that it was because he can't shoot free throws, right? He's a backup. If he was a starter by now, he would have been a starter. I'm not hating on Drummond, but I don't think he was the best option available, right? He does exactly what Mitch does to a lesser extent. If we are bringing another center, I would love us to get someone who can shoot, someone who can do other things, who can move better, stretch the floor out a little bit, have some game around the basket, shoot the free throws at least, right? We know a big man's going to get fouled maybe 5-6 times, going to the line, right? If they can't hit the free throws, that's points missed. So we got Westbrook on the move as well. Wes is moving on from LA and after opting into $4 million. Yep, we caught the Brunson Tyrese skit on WWE. Great to see our guy live out his childhood dream too. Some of these things that can't be done until the off season. Yeah, Black Snake says Drummond the epitome of meh. Tariq said Drummond stealing money. Yeah, it's one of those things where he still has that name, like Mo Bamba. But if you pay attention, their stock's been fallen for 4 years now. So Darren says Kevin Porter Jr. signs a 2-year deal with the Clippers. Let me refresh this thing, man. That might not be legit, because I think Kevin Porter Jr. I didn't know he was a free agent. Kevin Porter Jr. Sorry, I'm thinking Michael. My apologies, fam. I was thinking Michael Porter Jr. Kevin Porter Jr. KPJ. 2-year deal with the Clippers. Yeah. Yeah, it's Kevin Porter Jr., not Michael. So that threw me off a little bit, fam. Yeah, Kevin Porter Jr. been out of the league for a minute. He had to go to Europe, I think, after the the court stuff. Yeah, AP, that's an example of how you do in New York City, when you're winning, right? Brunson's stock never been higher, man. He went from being a second round draft pick, unheralded, to be a legit NBA face, a superstar, Team USA, endorsements with, Vicinity or AP, deals with WWE. Now, that's all the things that, Isaiah and these guys need to consider. And to be honest, man, I've been waiting for some big veteran to come on a veteran's minimum for the New York Knicks for a minute now. Now, it's going to be a guy who's maybe earned his bag over the years, and he's not worried about money anymore. But somebody is going to take a veteran's minimum to come to the Knicks, and it's going to be a pretty big name. Someone who can earn a lot more. Could it be someone like, somewhere down the line in the future? Could it be Westbrook? Could it be CP3? Right. I mean, you're looking at the East, and it's Boston and it's New York in the same tier for me, side by side. And if you're a veteran and you just want to win and you want a legacy, right? You haven't got a legacy yet. Here's the place. Here's the place to come, right? Look at that spot on the depth chart right behind Julius, right? Could be someone to come in as a power forward or a big man to come in here. What do you guys think about Dwight Howard? I'm not the biggest Dwight Howard fan, but I know he's been lobbying to get back into the league, right? Now, Dwight Howard's someone I respect a bit more than Drummond in terms of his game, because Dwight Howard was a superstar. He was an all-star for many, many, many years. Now, I know he's an older guy, but ideally someone that can shoot it, most def. So we're refreshed to see what's up. So we have some people trolling with some older news again. This is the time. Don't get fooled by no one, guys. We're talking about the Knicks have emerged as front runners to land Steve Nash in a sign and trade, league sources. Where were you in 2012, man, when that news broke? Man, I think that was when we signed J Kidd. I think we ended up signing J Kidd for that one. But Kevin Porter Jr. signing with the Clippers, man. That's a good pickup. If they're going to lose Russ, they get younger. And they get someone who, he's got some skills as well. So we've got some teams that could show interest in Mook Morris, the Heat, Sixers, Mavs, Pistons, Cavs, Magic, and Pels as well. No Knicks mentioned. Would you want to bring back Mook Morris? Dude, he wasn't used much in the playoffs, so that's interesting. Yeah, a lot of people are starting to get a little fed up with the Isaiah saga. Meeting with Oklahoma. Again, they tempered our expectations. We stay optimistic, but you got to listen to what's been reported. And Isaiah's meeting with Oklahoma. He's met with the Knicks already. And it's a case of, the money talks. We shouldn't be surprised, but giving this front office their credit. they've pivoted before. They'll find other ways to get good value, right? Drummond is off the board. There's a ton of other big men that would look at the Knicks situation and go, hey, that's my opportunity to capitalize now. That's my opportunity to get a bag, right? Mitchell Robinson here, and then no other depth. Let's take the Knicks deal. Prezi and New York was already the best medical staff, showing more investment in health. Yeah, it's great to see. Great to see us spend in that regard. Buzzer says congrats to KPJ signing with the Clips. Well, it's good to see guys, you know, who are out of the league, you know, get opportunities again. I hope he can, you know, capitalize and get it. Will says this is weird. These names signing are more like names you hear after all the bigger names have settled. You know what they say, I think the domino first has to hit, and that's LeBron James, you know. LeBron, you know, Klay Thompson hasn't been a free agent forever. So, you know, he's going to milk the hell out of it, you know. Klay Thompson been in Golden State for 13 years, right. This is his 15 minutes of fame right now. To me, the biggest free agent is Paul George. And it has been for quite a while now. Whatever team he goes to gets significantly better. Whichever team gets Klay Thompson, I never look at it like that, you know, they're really, you know, putting them into contention. You know, I think Klay Thompson's a nice depth piece for me right now. But he's regressing. You know, along the lines of, let's say, a PJ Tucker or a Joe Ingles, who could sign with us or anyone as a free agent now. Joey Ingles could be had for a vet's minimum now. He's 36. Again, he could be a dude, could be an antagonist off the bench, could give some power forward minutes, can shoot the ball. Wouldn't be the worst thing for a veteran's minimum. Yeah. People are reaching so much, they're retweeting old school free agency stuff too. So that's crazy, some of these names. Yeah. And we know what the NBA has been doing. They brought this forward to 6 p.m. so that we could have all these news break, you know, and not be midnight. You know, so you and I can get some sleep. But right now, it's backfiring. It's lacking. Obviously a name we spoke about a little bit about before, but another key free agent that's going to be leaving is Nick Batum. Nicholas Batum. He's not going to be back in Philly. So that's hurting them a little bit. He gave them some good depth. They might lose Kelly Oubre as well. They'll obviously lose Tobias Harris. Maybe Buddy Hield. But at least they might be bringing in PG. So we'll see. Yeah, could CP3 go to the Lakers? I could see that. Lakers or Phoenix. Fam. Perfect backup for them. I'm kind of surprised that D'Angelo Russell, you know, D'Angelo Russell's back. You know, I thought for sure that they would part. D'Angelo Russell opted back into the deal. 18 milli? Maybe he felt he wasn't going to get that. But yeah, I don't know if the Lakers, hand on their heart, would really want a D'Lo back as well. Obviously, they know maybe LeBron's going to take a haircut to get more guys in there. So we're congratulating KPJ on the first day of free agency. Something has to happen, right? Is it going to be Isaiah Hartenstein's news, right? Sam Presti doesn't mess around, fam. See, Sam Presti will make sure that he either walks out of that door, out of that meeting, and it's a done deal, or if he walks out of that meeting uncertain, all bets are off. You know, If Isaiah walks out of the meeting right now with OKC and he's not convinced, or the money's not adding up, he might be headed back to the Knicks. So Sam Presti, he's not a gambler. He's not going to take that chance. And he's going to hope to get Isaiah's commitment, verbal commitment from him. Yeah. Sixers might not care as much though, man. They might get PG. I think they'll keep Buddy Hield. Tobias wasn't much of a factor for them. But yeah, losing Oubre and Batum would hurt. Rodney, the Knicks got to crunch those numbers. Yeah, they bit off more than they can chew. So, yeah, the moratorium period is still there, so we can't do the deal with Bridges yet, but we're still waiting to figure out what we have to do because of iHeart's decision. We have to get his word on that. Now, Orlando, do they really want to spend that money on Isaiah? I think there was a lot of smoke about how many teams would offer Isaiah that bag. But I think really what it comes down to right now is Thunder and Detroit. I don't know if there's many other teams. If Philly use up their money, well, they've used it up on Drummond, so they're no. Orlando, they might be looking to get Klay Thompson or PG or some wings. They've already got Bitadze, Mo Wagner, and Jonathan Isaac as well can give some minutes as well. So really, could it just be Oklahoma and the Knicks? So Buzzer Beater with a great question. I think it was just sealed today, but Detroit assigning Cleveland's former coach, J.B. Bickerstaff, is headed to Detroit, fam, to replace Monty Williams as well. Why did they not get Kenny Atkinson? I'll tell you why. Because apparently Kenny Atkinson's very hard on young players. He really, really pushes the players hard. And that's exactly what Monty Williams was doing. And it just wasn't working. So they want to get more of a softer dude, I think. So finally, big breaking news for the Orlando Magic have made a splash, ladies and gentlemen. Buzzer Beat, appreciate you for the question. Super chat. Keep it buzzing. KCP is officially exiting the Rockies, headed to Orlando and Disney World on a 3-year, $66 million deal, man. That is a bag for KCP later in his career. That makes the OG Anunoby deal look pretty good. That makes the Mikal Bridges deal look pretty good, fam. KCP earning 22 over 3 seasons, right? Don't forget, Mikal Bridges is on 24 right now. Who would you prefer, KCP on 22 or Mikal Bridges on 24? Man, what do you guys think about that? Finally, the biggest move of free agency is hit. Right. Lamont says Denver is cooked. Best believe that. They lose their starting wing. They lose defense. They lose scoring right now. Where are they going to find that, man? Quickly get them on the phone and see if they want Precious Achiuwa for a sign and trade. What do you think? Did Denver go all in on Russell Westbrook right now? I think I read there was some interest. Someone had interest in Denver. Yeah. Joe, iHeart didn't get that New York tattoo on his arm to go to OKC. Let's finish what we started in New York. Come back, iHeart. That's what's up. That's what's up. Loyalty. Let's see what happens. As I said, I don't think there's many other teams in now in that kind of money for iHeart. We can offer 16 point something first year and 72 mil. Dude. Yep, the Magic deal's on the cards, but that's their wing. Looks like they're not getting PG. Looks like they're not getting Clay. Right there, fam, as well. What do Orlando do? Do they try to pivot and try to look at iHeart now? I'm not sure how much money they've got as well, but that's a pretty big deal. In fact, I don't see that as the best fit because I know Orlando's they're absolutely crowded. They're stacked at the backcourt. You got Suggs, Anthony Black. You got Cole Anthony. You know, you got Markel Fultz. You got KCP now. How the heck are they going to play all these guards in Orlando? I think somebody has to go. D says, give me Bridges over KCP. Yeah, 100%. But the thing is, KCP's a poor man's Bridges. And the fact that we got Bridges, these other guys, these other teams are now, they're picking up the scraps. You know? They're trying to match up. I get it. Look, Orlando's coming. Orlando will be better than Miami. I think they could be better than Indiana. I think they could be better than Cleveland. Paolo's becoming a superstar. You know, they're young. They've got upside. They might overtake Milwaukee. I think, you know, they got some money now. They're finally spending. They're finally trying to win as well. Chicago is definitely falling down. Toronto as well. Love our former guys getting the bag, but RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickley, and Scotty Barnes worth 300 and something million combined is insane, right? You know, Quickley got the bag, 35 mil. Congrats to him, man. That's life changing. RJ Barrett got his bag earlier with the Knicks. Scotty Barnes, we know, is paid. But those three together, if that's your future, I don't know. I don't know what the Raptors are doing, investing 300 mil in those three, right? I mean, how does that stack up against the East, right? Brunson, Bridges, and OG versus Scotty Barnes, Quickley, and RJ, right? There's a clear drop. Yeah, Rodney, as a Knicks fan, at the end of the day, money talks. You can't buy everyone. Some things you let go and move on. Yeah. I think that's what Leon Rose has shown he can do, right? That's what Susan says. Leon Rose has the poker face. You know, I talked about this earlier in this stream today. Leon Rose doesn't forget where he came from. You know, he was a lawyer first. Then he became an agent for himself. Then he built a power agency, CAA, basketball division. Right? He knows value. He knows what's up in terms of not getting fleeced and all of that, right? You know, he represented these clients to get them the bag. So he knows on the other front that not to get fleeced. At the end of the day, we're getting guys to take below average deals while these other teams are paying above average deals as well. As I said earlier, if DiVincenzo was hitting the market this season, best believe that that KCP number would have been very similar, and some. If Josh Hart was hitting free agency this season, he definitely would have gotten 20 mil as well from somebody. If Deuce McBride was hitting free agency this season, he'd be getting a nice bag. So we did our great work last off-season as well, and we've done excellent this season with trades and obviously retaining OG. But we already kind of did that deal when we traded for him, you know. It was already a unspoken deal. To Sandman, what's up? Do you think taking a flyer on Wiseman? Yeah, I saw that today. Wiseman's he's shake loose. For a minimum, you know, I wouldn't be mad at it. You know, I wouldn't be mad at it. He's been he's been an enigma. Wiseman, the talent is there, and the thing is, his stock's super low. So yeah, you might be able to get him for a minimum, fam. Upside swing. Will says Deuce would get 15. He'd get something of that range, I think. He'd definitely get 10, I think. Fam. So yeah, the fact that we got him on a 3-year deal is insane as well. And look, respect to Mitch too, who took that deal earlier. The Knicks got Mitch on a very, very good deal. See, health permitting, but obviously if you just look at production and you look at per value each year, you know, Mitchie is on 2 more years left, 14 this season and 12.9 below the mid-level after next season as well. That's insane value when you look at it, right? And obviously at the time it was a fair deal. You know, Mitchie was a second-round draft pick. You know, he was happy to take guaranteed money, 50 million for 4 seasons. You know, it was a nice payday. But the risk you run when you sign 4-year deals is you take yourself out of free agency. You see, one thing LeBron never been stupid about is these 1-and-1s. You know, he knows that he keeps using his name for value every single year, and he keeps hitting free agency, so he can keep getting more money. Now, some of these guys just take security. I get it, because, you know, it's life-changing money. But if you get good business advice and you plan your contracts, you know, you could keep, you know, you can do well, right? If you play well enough, you can do well. Now, one smart thing that Jalen Brunson is most likely to do, and we might even find out anytime soon, is that he is going to sign most likely, I think, an extension below market value, right? Now, he might lose out a little bit in the now, but by Brunson signing an extension right now, that puts him eligible to hit free agency sooner when the TV money is going up. So not only does Jalen Brunson smart, right, he helps the team in the now while he's young and in his prime, but he makes sure he can hit free agency sooner so that he can get the super deal when he's still in his prime. It'll be a 5-year, you know, insane deal. And that's why Jalen Brunson is seriously thinking about signing a below market extension right now, because it helps the team, but it's also going to help him. You know, he'll be something like 32, 31 when he's eligible to get re-upped again for another 5 years. Gerard says, who is the backup point guard, CT? It's a great question, man. I think Deuce in theory, but if we don't solidify the big man depth, I could see Hart playing more backup 4, you know, Devo pushed up to the 3, Deuce back up to Tyler Kolek, earning some run as well. It'll be interesting to see. I haven't watched Tyler Kolek much all through the season. Summer League will be a great look to see how ready he is. But the shooting on Deuce McBride is better, but the playmaking on Tyler Kolek is better. So Deuce can thrive off ball. DiVincenzo can handle the ball a little bit as well. So look for us to play, multiple lead guards. In theory, though, Tyler Kolek is really the best pure point guard as the backup. Buzz says, CT, we cannot go over the cap for any reason. In terms of Isaiah, no. Specifically for Isaiah, for other guys, we can. The problem is you can go over the cap when you have a player's full bird rights. A player must play for you for 3 seasons in order to get their full bird rights. But unfortunately, Isaiah's only been a New York Knick for 2 seasons, so we don't have his full bird rights. If you feel me on that. Let's say Brunson, when his contract is up, we can go over the cap. We can sign him to whatever to his max, because we have his full bird rights now. But unfortunately, Isaiah was just a year short. of that. So, yeah, Mark, we talked about the Drummond move as well. Appreciate you. Sandman, Kolek is a very good point guard. And a pure point guard, someone that we haven't had like that in a minute. So that is important. It's a nice roster add in terms of fit. Now Deuce will still do Deuce things. He'll be on ball, off ball. He'll guard multiple positions, and he'll be a great pairing, I think, with Kolek too. See, Deuce can defend a position up, but Tyler Kolek cannot, unfortunately. Tyler Kolek is a guy who can only play the one. He's 6'1" with 6'3" wingspan, you see? So the only pairing that can happen is Deuce at the 2 next to Kolek, or Kolek is just on the floor and Deuce is not. Kolek is on the floor at the 1. Sandman, you like Bitadze? Yeah. I've been respecting his game for a minute now. He's been around for a minute. And he can do some things. He can shoot. He can stretch the floor out. He can rebound and he can block shots as well. J Dub says Leon Rose does the correct moves, not the most popular ones. Boss moves too. Joe says shades of Stockton for our backup point guard. Yeah, I do see a little bit of that in him. Pick and roll maestro, the vision. If he is running with another big man like Hukporti or Mitch off the bench, Isaiah, Sims, he will get them looks. He won't ignore them. At times, Mitch does get ignored on the pick and roll. He's there for the lob. Kolek is unselfish. He's pass first. He won't be looking to score first. He'll be looking to pass first. And that's a welcome addition, He only scored 14 points a game in college, I think 15. But he could have scored more. But he's the best pass first point guard. Yep. Yeah, I said the same thing, J-Dub. Drummond is old and slow, doesn't move the needle. He's a solid second or third backup, and that's what Philly needed. They needed some insurance. They needed some depth. I get it. But I think the Knicks will be looking to transform their looks a little bit more, whether it's Julius at the 5 a little bit more shooting. Because look at Bridges and OG. Really at the 2 and the 3, they're oversized for those positions. Bridges can easily guard 3s and 4s, and OG can guard 4s and 5s. So we are more durable, versatile in that way. And you know what you get with that? You get more shooting too. Let's say you've got a lineup of Brunson, Devo, Bridges, Randall, and OG. That's 5 out. The Knicks have never had a 5 out look for as long as Mitch and Isaiah have been here, really. We've never played a 5 out look. That little preview against Philly where we went to it late in the game when OG shut down Embiid. That was a nice sample, I think. Pushing the floor out, pushing the defense. I think that's how we match up against Boston. AP, yeah, rest in peace to Philly. They thought they were going to get Bridges. They thought they were going to get OG. They've missed out on KCP. Do they get Paul George? I think that's their last hope right now. So Steph Bondi says, I will say this after covering the NBA for a long time. If you're meeting with a team, it means you're not sure yet. Something needs to be sold. Money doesn't need to be negotiated in person. So, is Steph Bondi dropping some subliminals on us? Let's pull this up. Keep the questions and the buzz coming. you can read what Bondi's saying, right? He's saying Isaiah meeting Oklahoma still means that he needs to be sold. Mark, any rumours we're speaking with any other centres out there got real quiet, which has got to be telling. Yeah, the latest rumours coming from Begley is that there is interest on the Knicks side in guys like Bitadze and guys like Nick Richards. So yeah, those are two names to look out for, Mark. Drummond was a name, but he's off the market now. He's going to Philly on a 2-year, $10 million. So Bitadze and Nick Richards are two names to look out for as well. I floated a name that hasn't been talked about enough because people, may not be watching Houston, but Jock Landale, he's a backup / capable starter. He was on a 4-year unguaranteed deal, and Houston have not picked up his option yet. So if they decline that option, Jock Landale becomes an unrestricted free agent, and he would be a serviceable big as well. He did well for Phoenix when he was going up against the Joker 2 years ago. He was buried behind Josh Green, or Jeff Green, Uncle Jeff in Houston. He was a little unhealthy, but he's serviceable too. So yeah, great questions again. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's been a very interesting free agency so far. Is this a sign that the cap restraints and where the league is at right now, teams are stuffed? Is this quiet free agency a reflection now that teams are finding it hard to make room? Right? I think it's a little bit of that, really. Not many teams have cap space anymore. People are spending their load. Now, we'll be shopping for bargains like Leon does. Chris Paul could be a veteran's minimum. Russell Westbrook could be had for a $4 million swap. Some veterans, right? Now I already put out there what Jake Fisher said earlier today, and what Jake Fisher said is there's still that chance that Isaiah Hartenstein returns, right? He says it here. There does remain a chance Hartenstein stays with New York, a source said, after starting for the Knicks. So where there's smoke, there's fire. And he's meeting Oklahoma. They have to sell him on it. What's his role? That's what I said earlier today, right? It's not just about the money, because he doesn't want to ruin his career. If Chet Holmgren is the long-term thing at the 5, Isaiah doesn't want to go there for 1 year and just be a party trick. He's got a good thing here in New York City, right? So, maybe Sam Presti only offers him a 2-year bloated deal, a 2-year balloon deal, and maybe the 4-year deal with the Knicks makes more sense as well. So don't discount those things. Sandman says Richards is very good too. I haven't checked out Charlotte enough, but yeah, I definitely hear his name, mentioned by you guys a lot, and I think Nick Richards, he's a big body. He's solid. I think. I mean, at this stage, if we lose Isaiah, I'll be taking the next best thing, the next best depth we can get to. Also, I'm a little weary of Julius playing the 5 much as well. I know I said that before, but with his shoulder issues and his long-term durability, it's better, I think, to keep Julius at the 4. Short stints at the 5 maybe, but OG is probably better to play at the 5 anyway, because he provides the rim protection as well. But yeah, I would keep Julius at the 4, get more depth at the 5, right? Sims has shown that he's not trustworthy in a pinch. He's not reliable anymore. If we want to keep him and keep playing him Westchester, I got no problem with that. But Hukporti, I think, is going to be more ready. I think he could push for a backup spot, but you need someone else. You need ideally another couple bigs to fill the power forward spot. You see, Josh Hart's undersized at the 4, and so is Pacome Dadier, right? Sims can't really be played at the 4 too much. So yeah, big questions over that, and I think we're good, right? We've got scoring, we've got playmaking off 3 deep, each position, but the big man spot is tough. Don't rule out Precious Achiuwa coming back. Tariq says, CT, Mitch doesn't get more lobs because Brunson is a lefty, Mitch is a righty. That's a great point. Great point. Definitely got to expand their vision for Mitch as well, because that's where he impacts the game too, the rim verticality and all of that, right? That's what hurts the offense, you know, when they talk about 4-on-5 with Mitch being out there. It's because you have to honor him. Once you start honoring the lob, then the defense starts to pay attention on that one as well. But yeah, I think Tyler Kolek is going to be head up point guard play. Like you guys said, John Stockton. He's not looking for buckets. He's looking for assists. 7.7 assists a game in college. In the pros, I think he could average 9 assists immediately if he's playing 30 minutes. Salute. Welcome in, guys. DeRozan. Yeah, you guys spoke about it, Buzzer, as well. I don't know where DeRozan can go, Susan. He could go anywhere he wants because he really wanted to be a Knick, but I don't know if it's happening. The problem with that was DeRozan's play didn't really drop off, and so normally, money-wise, I think when you're older in your career, you know, teams will still be hesitant because of your age, but your play is still good enough to earn that, and that's why he's sort of still in Chicago. You know, like let's say when you're Russ and your plays, like, you're still serviceable, but your plays drop. Your salary is dropped as well, like Russell Westbrook on $4 million. But DeRozan he's still a scorer. Refreshing right now. Hopefully we get some more news soon. What are we, Eastern time now? 8 p.m. Yeah, we're 8 p.m. Eastern time. Word is meeting with Oklahoma is Isaiah Hartenstein. He's out here seeing what they have to offer, but it doesn't mean it's a done deal. Yeah, exactly what Bondi's saying is said by Steve Popper here as well. It's still a courting process, right, with Oklahoma. The role, the fit, and the money. We know the role the New York Knicks have. But the biggest domino to fall is KCP. As I said, it makes the Bridges deal look pretty good, fam, if we're being real. KCP, how old is he now? KCP got to be 29, 31. See, 31 now. He'll be 32 in Feb. So we got Mikal Bridges, who's 28, 3-4 years younger. 3-4 years younger on a very good deal as well. 2 more years on that deal as well. Like Buzzer says, no worries about the cap, because once we get everyone here, we can go over the cap and pay all of these guys now when their deals are up. We can pay Julius whatever we want. We can pay Bridges whatever we want when he's a Knick, when his contract is up. We don't have to worry about OG for the next 5 years once the money and the cap has gone up. DiVincenzo and Hart, we don't have to worry about for 3 more years. And Brunson, like I said, this off-season will give serious thought to taking a below market extension to keep this whole thing together, fam. The NBA is working against us to keep a dynasty from happening. But Leon Rose is trying to pull some magic. And as I said, once we start making real noise against Boston, look for these veterans to take a discount to fill out our roster, right? Hell, LeBron might, if it doesn't go well in LA, he might want to play one more year, kind of like Jason Kidd back in 2013, right? Let's see what happens. Who would be your dream veteran to come in here? Let's say it was a veterans minimum. Which veteran would you have liked to see come or appreciate, put this team over the top as well? Right, we know Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, they spurned the opportunity to join the New York Knicks. Maybe they regret it. They're never going to admit it. But Kevin Durant is in a bad situation. Kevin Durant ain't going anywhere with Phoenix. Bradley Beal's $50 million deal is one of the things holding them back. No defense, no durability. Just too many questions. Yep. So we've made our pitch to Isaiah. We've got fallback options, that's right. If he leaves, we're going to top up the big men with the $5.5 million exception, right? Maybe we clear some other space and get a little bit of wiggle room for another deal for a Kyle Lowry or a Westbrook or someone. Maybe we bring in two big men, Nick Richards and someone. Right. There's some Tibbs favorites out there, man. One of them I'm bringing up right now. Reggie Bullock, fam. Rockets wing Reggie Bullock, unlikely to return to Houston. Sources tell The Athletic. Multiple playoff teams have expressed interest in the veteran sharpshooter, in quotation marks. Man. Tibbs, Reggie Bullock. I mean, he's not going to get any game time, that's for sure, with OG and with Hart and with Mikal. But Reggie might be a sought-after veteran. Yeah, Mark, I saw that with the Utah guy waived. He averages 11 boards for 11 points in 25 minutes. Worth checking in on. Yep. Yeah, he's a sneaky good name. He's underrated. Kind of like Landale. Another guy was the other day, I forgot who was waived as well. But yeah, there's a lot of these names. Fontecchio. Fontecchio is a good shooter. Some people have mentioned him to me. Yeah, Joe, CP3 had his chance to come to the Knicks all these years as well. Yep. Now they're going to ride the gravy train when we are the it thing in the East. Right. The Villanova stuff, I could see Kyle Lowry one day, if not this off-season, Michael. Maybe Sadiq Bey. I was surprised that AJ Griffin was moved, and the Knicks didn't get in on that. I know the Knicks are fans of AJ Griffin Jr. What do you guys think about Jaren Jackson? There's been talk that the Knicks over the years have had admiration for Jaren Jackson Jr., right? Not going to lie, he would fit in terms of the depth chart. You know, he could play backup 4, he could play backup 5. Durability concerns, though. Price tag, I'm not sure about. But he could be the next sort of role-playing ad. You know, well, he's better than a role player, but if his stock drops a little bit in another year or two, I could see him as maybe a future piece, as a Jaren Jackson Jr. I know the Knicks have had interest in him, right? There's connections to his father with the organization as well. So, yeah, there is connections with Leon Rose too. Memphis drafted Zach Edey, 7'5" big man out of Purdue. So I won't be surprised if we're monitoring that situation. Yep, Tariq, CP3 is a shell of himself. It would be a pass for me, right? 3 years ago, I would have been front of the line, you know. Before he went to Phoenix, I think he's been on so many teams now, I lose count. But CP3 3 years ago would have been solid, right when the Knicks needed that. But right now, it's funny how it comes full circle. We don't need that anymore. You know, you got a young ball induce. You've got a rookie that you just picked up. Let him cook. Right, let's get younger around the backcourt. See, one concern is Indiana, right? I don't want to pay Indiana too much respect, but if we're looking at the playoffs and if they improve, they are an up and down team. They run. I don't want to get old in the backcourt like CP3, you know. We need to get young. We need to get ready for a track meet. If we're facing the likes of Indiana, Boston, even with White, Derek White, Pritchard, you know, Drew Holiday, you know, it's all about matching up. Plus, I think CP3 will stay out west, too. So far, I'm looking at 56 wins. Buzzer Beater asked us before with the super chat. Appreciate you. 56 wins, I think, is the floor for this team, right? Not the ceiling, the floor. I think, even if we just bring this roster in, we, you know, what did we won 55 the year before. Sorry, we won 45, and then we won 47. We got to 50 wins, and then I think we go one better. We go further. Yeah, Michael Sims, if he's working on his game, I appreciate that. He should be working on his game, but you know, he has the ability to provide the Knicks exceptional value if he can do some other things. If he can give us that little floater, a little hook shot, play better defense as well. But his contract's great. Unfortunately, there's other things to it. You know, I love Precious Achiuwa too. I love his physicality. I love his effort. But again, he's just so inconsistent as well. You know, Siakam got the best of us. And look, maybe we don't have to worry about that because we've got OG and we've got Mikal. You see, if we had Mikal on the playoff game against Indiana, game 6 and 7, you could put him on Tyrese, you put OG on Pascal Siakam, and it's lights out. And then you have Julius and Brunson that they have to focus on offensively. You know, it's not even competitive in my opinion, right? Forgetting draft picks, we swapped Bojan Bogdanovic, or the corpse of Bojan Bogdanovic, for Mikal Bridges, the best wing defender in one of the best in the league. Right now, we made a significant upgrade. Now, he's not a superstar, but he's a star in his role, right? We've already got other superstars. We needed guys to star in their role, and he's going to shoot. He's going to put the ball on the floor, attack the closeout, and he's going to finish above the rim. He's going to get fouls, and he's going to D up. I mean, I cannot wait to see the first game of Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby, fam. If this team stays healthy for the most part, we're going to break defensive records, fam. All across the board in terms of net rating, defensive rating. We keep these rim protectors as well. We clamp down on the perimeters. And I think, we might hold teams to 75 points in some of these regular season games, man. 65 points, maybe. Captain Coke, 56 wins without significant injuries too. Yep. It's more the versatility we have and the defense that we can provide too. We're already league elite defense when healthy as well. When you bring off Hart, DiVincenzo off the bench, right? They're going to be competing for the sixth man. Best believe that. There should be a bet between the two, between Hart, DiVincenzo, and maybe Deuce, as to who can win sixth man. Because all three are capable starters. Right? How many teams have three capable starters coming off their bench right now? It's crazy. Buzzer beater, why is this the first day of free agency like this? Uneventful, especially with DeMar, Levine, Clay out there. The market has changed, my friend. That's the problem. Teams are more capped out, or some of the good teams. Some of the bad teams are happy to just ride with their draft picks and be bad again for another year, like Detroit, like Brooklyn have tanked now, because this upcoming draft for next season is going to be excellent. It's going to be a lot better than this current draft class. So the teams that are already good didn't have much room to move. And the teams that are still bad, they want to stay bad. So that's why you're seeing a lot of these guys stay on their team. Levine, they said today that Bobby Marks, who knows the league well, he said the Bulls have gauged the market on him and nobody wants him unless the Bulls are attaching a first-round pick. And even then, they said the market is low. So, Zach LaVine's injury history and his contract is really made things difficult as well, too. But it's an early free agency, 8 p.m. now. KCP off the board. And I think, the next big name is Isaiah, Paul George, right? A lot of veterans moving teams. So, the cap space is the big issue as well, too. But let's talk a little bit about the draft, too, and these rookies while we wait for more news. Give me your thoughts on these rookies that the New York Knicks have picked up. And I talked about why the Knicks did what they did on draft night, right? So what happened was the Knicks are looking to fill their roster spots in the cheapest possible way, and trading back one of these firsts to get more seconds means that we get Kolek, who we were going to take in the first round anyway, but now we're better off because we have him on a second round deal. And then we get McCullough and we get Hukporti. So we've got three guys who we can offer league minimum, $1 million contracts basically for three players, and they're more ready to contribute. And then we get out of one of these first round draft picks, and we get 2 seconds out of it after we had to move up from Portland to get Kolek. So we get these 4 guys and we get 2 second round future picks as well, and we save money. But it's the type of players that we selected that tell me what the Knicks were thinking, because Kolek, ready to contribute. Kevin McCullough is a defensive player who will rebound and play hard on the wing, and he's a shot to win minutes as well, right? Obviously, there's a big log jam now, but if there's an injury or if it's, blowouts, back-to-backs, all of that, maybe, he might get more minutes, but he's ready for those minutes. And then we got Ariel Hukporti, who's a 3-year pro, 7 feet, big body. He's a cross between Capella, maybe a light version of Capella and Sam Dalembert, and is a rich man's Jericho Sims Norvell Pell. So he rebounds, he'll do things that Tibbs wants, and he'll play above the rim. He's a great screen setter, and yeah, he's a guy who will mix it up, right? He runs rim to rim really hard, like Mitchell Robinson in his first few seasons. So the fact that we didn't let him go undrafted and we took him with a selection, with a final selection, that tells me that the New York Knicks are planning to roster him, and they know that he can be a backup. And in terms of the grade, draft experts, people that don't cover the Knicks, Yahoo Sports, Kristen Peak gave the Knicks an A. A lot of people, whether it was the first round or the second round or combined, gave the New York Knicks a B plus or an A for draft night for the fits as well, and also the haul we got. We lost RJ, quickly, Grimes. No young talent on the roster much outside of Deuce and Mitch and Jake Toppin and Sims, but we completely restocked the cupboard with 4 rookies in one draft as well, that's important because next season we might not have a first round pick if the Detroit or the Washington pick doesn't convey, which it most likely won't. Our next pick after that will be 2026. So that's why taking Pacome Dadier, a younger guy, was the play. Yep. How many days is the free agency for? It's basically about a week, right up until it'll continue. Basically, free agency continues until the season begins. You'll still see veterans signed and trades made right up until training camp. But technically, the bigger side of the free agency lasts about a week, maybe less than that, too. Michael says, what about Mo Wagner? As I mentioned about him before, he brings experience. Not sure the money-wise what he would look for, but he would definitely get under the people's skin on the other team. He plays hard. He's a bit of a psycho when he's out there on the court as well. Don't know if he's the best locker room fit, but his game is tough. Yeah, his game is tough, and he can shoot it a little bit. I would probably lean towards Nick Richards. I would lean towards Bitadze or Landale ahead of him. But he's an option. He's an option out there. Would definitely make Orlando weaker, too. Yeah, Sandman, the center. Yeah, quite the journey he's had from Germany. The first Togolese draft pick in NBA history as well. So our guy Ariel Hukporti has made history as well for his country and African basketball, and he's proud, and he did it the hard way. He did his Achilles 2 years ago. He was actually in the pre-draft process. He was pegged to be a late first round, early second round pick 2 years ago, but he had to rehab. He came back better than ever this season. He came back bouncy, really good athlete, good athleticism, and I think his game will show it. He's pro ready too, fam, as well. He's no slouch playing in the NBL. And yet he knows these guys. And as I talked about, the Knicks actually scouted him as well. I'll bring it up right now in terms of what I said about Hukporti. But yeah, Precious Achiuwa sign and trade is still an option to make the Mikal Bridges deal fit. Let me pull this up about Ariel Hukporti. We'll talk about him a little bit more. And the draft grades. too, is the Knicks have done work. Okay, there we have it. So I'm going to pull this thing up right now. So you can see back in January, you see guys, let me pull this up. January 5th. I let people know Knicks assistant Walt Perrin is currently scouting prospects in the NBL, more specifically some current second round prospects, 6'8" wing Alex Tui and 6'11" center Ariel Hukporti, who are both draft eligible. Too. This is back in January, right? And then I broke down his game. 6'11" Hukporti, 7 feet, high energy, switchable big, who rebounds and rim protects at a high level. He's a mature 21-year-old who projects as a solid backup big man in the NBA, currently projected in the second round as well. So there we have it. And I praise the Knicks scouts for just keeping an open mind. They travel the world. They looked at all these guys, and he was there, 58, experienced body. We need a big man, and they took him. You know, so that was great to see. And it was no surprise when his name was called. Now we look at the draft grade, Yahoo Sports, top of the list. All these A's, not an A minus, an A for the New York Knicks. So that's some good praise for Leon Rose and the New York Knicks draft scouts as well, getting busy with the 4 guys that we picked up. And we basically ticked all boxes, right? We got a point guard that's pass first. We got a upside wing who could be the best player in the class if he develops. Longer term prospect. We got Kevin McCullough, a backup insurance wing, you know, to help hard out OG and Mikal, who's ready to play. And we got a experienced big as well. So we basically selected a starting 5 of rookies. You know, if you want to add in Jacob Toppin, for example. You know, in a blowout, we could put a lineup of Kolek, McCullough at the 2, Jake Toppin at the 3, Pacome Dadier at the 4, Hukporti at the 5 as well. So we're competing now, but we added some young talent, which is great. Yeah, figuring out this cap thing, it's tough, man. I agree. And there's been so many different advice put out there. The thing is, these guys that are executives, you know, they earn their money, you know, to do all this maneuvering as well. Because some things are outside of your control. Like, for example, when the Knicks traded out of basically when they traded out of 26 or 24, they got 5 second-round picks, and they were planning to use some of those to move up and make sure they could get Tyler Kolek. But you just never know. On draft night, you don't know if a team is going to reject your deal, and you run the risk of maybe losing Tyler Kolek. But the Knicks made sure they got it done, so they were working the phones like hell. What's up to Cowboys? iHeart, gotta stay. Electric Summer League, gonna be dope. You said it. We already know it's gonna be crazy with Bronny James as well. Now, I don't know if the New York Knicks have drawn LA. Maybe we play them in the elimination, but I think I did have it out there. Let me pull it up in the bookmarks. We will look at some film on Hukporti in a second. But yeah, the Knicks Summer League schedule is currently out. And this is who we play. Hornets on July 13, and then the Nets versus the Kings, and then at the Pistons as well. So these will all be in Vegas at the Thomas and Mack or the Cox Pavilion, I think. So 2 home games, technically 2 road games. Now the Hornets will be probably playing against Brandon Miller, who's a young standout. Brooklyn, that'll be funny, that game. And then the Kings and the Pistons as well. I like our chances. Could we be in the Summer League chip game like we were last time? Right. Do we bring back some of the old faces? Don't forget about Jake Toppin. Like I said, fam, our starting lineup in Summer League could be Tyler Kolek, McCullough, Toppin, Dadier, and Ariel Hukporti is all Knicks youth first round, all Knicks youth first team Summer League. Now the next thing we're going to look at is some Hukporti tape, right? And I brought this up courtesy of No Ceilings, right? This was early in the pre-draft process as well, right? This is how you know these guys that do their business for a living. Because shout out to Tyler Metcalf, who said this on September 20 last year. He says, tremendous upside from Ariel Hukporti here. Been impressed with how much better his drop coverage has looked. He looks like he's putting on a lot of effort, thought into every possession in their first 2 games. See, the key thing to note is how experienced Hukporti is in drop, and 3 efforts in this possession alone. So look at him in the pick and roll, right? He drops back at a perfect length, had his arms up, contests 2 shots, blocks the second one, posts up defense, and then help defense and gets the 3rd block. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever seen Jericho Sims do that? Who's been in the league for 3 seasons or 4 seasons. Have you ever seen Jericho Sims with 1 possession like this before? And people are talking about this guy as a stash, that he shouldn't play, that he's Westchester, all of that. That's great drop coverage defense right there. And bear in mind, this is still a professional game overseas too. So if he can do these kinds of things, I think he will win some minutes. And especially the second, third effort that he shows, I think is going to be that's going to win Tibbs over too. So that's a preview of what we're getting. He's a bit longer than Jericho as well, bigger body. You know, he's a traditional 5, definitely. So that's what we can look forward to. Summer League, I think he can really light it up. Will, shout out. I'm trying to make it to the second weekend of Summer League, right in time for the chip. Right in time for the chip, hopefully, too. But what fun it'll be, man. I won't be surprised if Hart and Brunson get out to Summer League too, to sit courtside and watch. You know, they'll probably get on NBA TV and watch their fellow rookies as well, coaching up Tyler Kolek. Hart will be coaching up Kevin McCullough as well, making him a better rebounder, making him a better defender as well, too. Mitchie can work with Ariel Hukporti as well, too. You see, Mitch is at that stage where he can take a dude under his wing. It used to be Taj Gibson taking Mitch under his wing, but now Mitchie's the elder statesman. He can show Ariel Hukporti how to play elite drop coverage as well, and assuming Isaiah as well, if he's back. Yep. Summer League looking great. To die for, what's up? Philly's going hard for PG, and I'm thinking him. I think signing him will take us. Philly's getting better if they get Paul George, but I don't think they take the step to the first tier. I think the Celtics and the Knicks, and then I think Philly still, because you can never count on the health of Joel Embiid, right? For all the shade the Knicks might get about OG, Mitch, all of that, it's not on the same level as Joel Embiid, because Embiid is just, he's a mountain of a dude, and he's had so many concerns over his foot, the meniscus, the 82 games. It's going to be tough, I think, for him to be his best when the playoffs hit too. But Black Snake Magic says, yeah, Hukporti's ready for Mins now, and he has a better offensive game than Mitch. Better offensive game than Mitch and Jericho. Little similar to Isaiah, maybe not as good, but yeah. Offensively, he can do some things, Ariel Hukporti. But yeah, the Knicks, I showed you examples. The Knicks got busy in scouting, right? And they got their guy they were happy with. Now let's see what Shams is saying right now. Okay, we have a move. It's a bit of a firecracker, but it's also Philly. Philly have made an improvement on the margins, and they're getting veteran sharpshooter EG, Eric Gordon has agreed to a assumably a minimum deal or an exception with Philly. What do you think about that, guys? Eric Gordon to Philly, right? Is that a replacement for Buddy Hield? Is that a replacement for Kelly Oubre? Maybe it's their Nicholas Batum replacement. So let's see. I wouldn't be against getting Nicholas Batum. What do you guys think? Would he slide into a backup, a roster depth for the 3 and the 4 spots? Nicholas Batum. A guy who can space it out. He's big enough, and he's a guy who can play defense as well. In terms of Mitchie's defense, that's not being questioned, but offensive game, Hukporti can do more with the basketball, right? But defensively, of course, Mitch is the better player. Defensively, Mitch is elite. Defensively, but Cade Cunningham is getting the bag. Cade Cunningham has now signed the bag to stay with Detroit. They're giving out the bag. $226 million max extension. Oh, what are Detroit doing? They have to improve somehow. They need shooting. What are they doing? Cade Cunningham, big year. Michael says yes to Nicholas Batum. Veterans minimum. What's up? Nice. Salute. Salute. We're still waiting what happens with Isaiah. It's been a quiet start to free agency, but the New York Knicks have made their splashes, fam, and the league is just trying to catch up. That's really where it's at, fam, as well, right? We've chopped up just about everything, and the New York Knicks have made their splash, right? The best starting 5 in the league, right? I think 1 through 5. One of the best benches. We've still got to fill it out a little bit, figure out what's happening, how much money will there be to What's up, Tyon? Salute. Salute. Look, Mitchie's the starting centre. Yeah, if iHeart's not here, that's Mitchie's spot. That's Mitchie's starting spot. But we know Mitchie ain't playing 38 minutes, and we need some good backup depth. And Hukporti's that. He's a good backup. He's a rookie, obviously, but he's more experienced than people are saying. And we have breaking news from Chris Haynes reporting that CP3 is on his way. Fam, where is he headed? To pair up with the alien Wembanyama. Right. Not going to lie, I feel this move. Chris Paul and Wembanyama, man, what a way to leave his legacy. Right. Be that playmaker to help the rookie grow in this league as well. Right. I respect that actually from CP3. Right. That is probably the smartest move CP3 has made in a minute, because he could look like another mercenary and chase a championship, something he hasn't been able to achieve, but he's kind of done with that experiment now. He went to the Warriors, he went to Phoenix, he went to the Clippers, but now he's pairing up with Wembanyama. Yep. To die for says CP3 ain't ring chasing. Yep. Chris Paul was definitely 38, I think. 37, 38, without checking. Too. Also, yes, Stefan Castle. I forgot about him too, Will. So that's a good pickup. Brilliant move, says Tariq. Yep, you guys, we all agree. We all agree. Because that was so un-Chris Paul. I thought he was just going to, chase the ring with Philly or, sign with Boston or something to make sure that he gets a ring. But no, this actually will help his legacy, believe it or not. Right? He might not ever win that chip. But at least, play your last year or two with Wembanyama and pass the torch to Stefan Castle as well. Also, we know, Texas, that your money goes further with no state taxes as well. Yeah, he's 39. And yeah, no word on DeRozan, man. Money's drying up. Maybe, look, Orlando already spent on KCP. That was probably the biggest move. KCP to leaving Denver to go to Orlando. Philly, still waiting to see what they're going to do. They've signed Eric Gordon. Hey, things might just be starting to get spicy right now. As people have had their dinner, people have poured a drink, things might start to get loose right now. Maybe people finishing their meetings, seeing where the money falls. Appreciate the updates in the chat as well. But yeah, those are the breaking news so far. So Philly got Drummond as well, plus potentially Paul George as well. So Philly got McCain, Adem Bona, the rookie center, Andre Drummond, Eric Gordon, potentially Paul George as well, right? Is Philly climbing in your eyes? Right. How do we stack up against Philly, guys? With they've got Drummond, Eric Gordon, but they're going to lose Nicholas Batum, Tobias Harris. I think the writing's on the wall. I think Paul George will go there. I think Orlando have already spent on KCP. So yeah, people are praising the CP3 move as well. Paul George has decided to sign with another team So we have breaking news from Shams. The team is not confirmed yet, but Paul George has announced that Paul George has decided to sign with another team as well. Philly are expected as leading suitors as well. My God, a Philly stacking up the chips. That's a scary squad, not going to lie. Tyrese Maxey, Eric Gordon, Paul George. They got Drummond to back up Embiid. That would be scary, right? Thank God we made our upgrades. Profit, DJS. I think iHeart comes back. It just makes sense. But hey, he will take the money or not. That's the question. But will he take the money? That's the question. Dude. Michael, we're still the leader. Definitely believe that. Defense wins chips, right? That's what Tibbs is banking on, doubling down on, man. With this dog squad, with defense, perimeter defense as well. We can come at you in waves with Hart, OG, Mikal on the wings, McCullough, Dante as well, Deuce McBride as well. Leon Rose got more moves up his sleeve, man. If we get Goga Bitadze, that's some big time moves as well. Nice. Obi Toppin, man, he got the bag. Salute to him. He got 60 mil from Indiana to stay. 15 million per year for 4 years. 60 total. So yeah, Obi, our brother, he's got paid. He's finally got the deal that he'd been hoping to get too. Yep. CP3 to the San Antonio Spurs. Fam. That's the best decision he's made in a minute, man. Whoever his advisor or agent was, right? That's the best move ever. To be the partner to Wemby as well, man. Pick and roll, that's going to be devastating. Yeah. Yeah, iHeart. Hopefully iHeart's just using Oklahoma's time. Take their food, take their drink, and then come back to New York City and sign the deal. You know, hopefully we have free agents that play other teams now, like the Knicks used to get played. We're waiting and seeing right now, too. But look, no team in the league is deeper than us right now. Maybe outside of Boston. They got some few guys off the bench that can shoot. But we got room to make some moves. If iHeart walks, we got 5.5 million. We can try and find ways to keep Precious Achua. I think that would be a low-key solid move to give us some depth at the 4 spot with Precious, 4 and the 5. We'll see what Hukporti can do. And look out for some veterans minimum, you know. What a way to get back at Philly if Kyle Lowry and Nicholas Batum was to sign veteran mins with the New York Knicks. Just imagine that, fam. Right? Or imagine if Sadiq Bey and Kyle Lowry make it a Villanova 6. Would that break the internet, fam, as well? Would Sadiq Bey and Kyle Lowry signing with the Knicks break the internet and make it a Villanova 6? Then we'd have to call up Ryan Arcidiacono and Eric Paschal. You know, we could field a Villanova starting 5 and 3 players off the bench as well, just to knock off Philly. Right. We know Philly's sick because Mikal Bridges was drafted by them, was from the area, mother worked for the organization. They let him slip. Well, they let him get loose, and he signed with the New York Knicks. But no, good move from CP3. And look, Philly have made improvements. We'll wait to see how much they can do. Obviously, there is Drummond going there. Eric Gordon is going there. And we'll wait to see what else, right? Paul George, maybe. We'll see. Maybe a last-ditch move from Orlando. Right? Orlando have made a splash with KCP. The Denver Nuggets, man. Also, Klay Thompson, if you're a fan of him, it looks like he might be headed out to Dallas too, along with potentially another guy, this man, reporting Keith Pompey from the Sixers. Tobias Harris has been receiving interest from the Dallas Mavericks too. So they got off of Timmy's contract. They got a cheaper contract in Quentin Grimes. Maybe Dallas have got a little bit more room to get Klay Thompson or Tobias. They're trying to keep Derrick Jones as well. I would love the New York Knicks to get Derrick Jones if we could squeeze him out and get Derrick Jones. He would fit as another wing, a defender, and he could play some backup 4 as well. That could be a sneaky veterans pickup as well. Remember, if iHeart walks, we will have 5.5 exception to spend on someone. See, the one thing to save money for Paul George is to go to Florida too. He wants the bag, and he might get more money in Orlando. Nice says Lowry will be a bonus. I want to know who we have besides Mitch as a center. Yep, that's what we're all waiting on, man. I like what we did in the draft. You know, we got insurance. We got a backup third string. But we do need to sign a veteran if Isaiah's out. Buzzer, man, I think Tibbs will play guys reasonable minutes, you would assume, based on just bodies, you know. Let's say, for example, Bridges are starting at the 2 now. Well, you have one of the best 2s, Dante DiVincenzo. He should earn his 20 minutes or so. So yeah, I think not so worried about Bridges. OG. If I'm looking at one player who should play significantly less minutes, it's OG. Right? Hart's already the backup, so you don't have to sweat Hart playing too much. Right? Hart's only going to get, in theory, 25 minutes as a backup now. So OG should not play any more than 30. You know, to make him stay healthy. Also, Mikal can play more of the 3. You can push OG to the backup 4 as well. I like McCullough's chance and Kolek's chance to get some spot minutes. You know, if their defense is up to it. You know, Dadier, we don't know yet whether he's going to stay or stash. Maybe Summer League. We'll see how they look. But we do need cheap contracts to fill the roster out. So that's why I'm not ruling out a stash for anybody. See, people said we're going to stash people, but Pacome Dadier's rookie contract is only barely more than the veterans minimum. So we're not really saving anything if we stash him. You know what I mean? People said we're going to stash Dadier and save money. Well, he's only on 2.4 mil. The veterans minimum is 2-point-something mil. So either way, we're still up for that roster charge. So, you know, stashing him doesn't really help outside of development. Okay, Jonas is off the board. Jonas Valanciunas. What's happening? I'm going to refresh right now. And the Washington Wizards have made a splash, fam, signing Jonas Valanciunas. as well to mentor Alex Sarr. Okay, we have some activity now, finally. Ladies and gentlemen, we're buzzing. Waiting for the New York Knicks, of course, but Washington, I like that move for them. Washington making solid moves now that they're blowing it up. And I like their draft moves with Alex Sarr and getting Bob Carrington and Keyshawn George. But Jonas Valanciunas to a 3-year, $30 million is pretty solid, right? That's very solid for his production. 32 though, 32 years old, $10 million a year. So wow, what are your thoughts on that, guys? Jonas Valanciunas. He's not going to move the needle, but they want to try to be competitive. Now, is that good for the Knicks? Let me pull this up for a second. I'll see if I've still got the draft picks to bring up. No, I must have taken that one down. But yeah, what I was going to show is the Knicks have Washington's protected pick next season. Now I think it's top 18 protected, so it's not likely to convey. Washington will be bad still next season. They'll be bad enough to keep that pick, but it does roll forward for another season. It does roll forward to another season, man. This is a great question, Buzzer. Who wins Rookie of the Season next year? It's always going to be a guy who's going to get minutes, you know? Not necessarily the best rookie, but a player who's going to get more minutes. Maybe a guy in Washington, Bob Carrington or Alex Sarr. I don't think it's going to be Reese-Shea. You know, Reese-Shea is quite raw, you know, and, you know, I like the pickups that Minnesota picked up, but Minnesota, they're not going to get many minutes. So maybe Ron Holland, Detroit, you know. Detroit are going to be bad. Ron Holland is going to get a lot of burn. Or maybe Alex Sarr out in Washington. J Dub says the 4 draft picks will be on the roster. We need to fill roster spots. Yep, definitely. The only scenario where I think that won't be 4 and maybe 3 is if the Knicks can get a couple of good veterans to agree, and we need to, you know, we basically just need another veteran on the roster, and we stash Dadier, or maybe Hukporti goes on a 2-way. You know, maybe he goes on a 2-way deal as well. But yeah, we're waiting to see what happens with Jericho, because somebody has to be a part of a deal to free up the Mikal Bridges trade. It might be Precious Achiuwa signed and traded to another team that is interested in him, and we can save a little bit of money that way. Or it could be a sign and trade for Alec Burks as well. Now those guys we've been good to them, and I think they will be good to us if we need them to agree to a sign and trade, especially Alec Burks. You know, his, you know, there's mutual respect, and I think Jericho Sims could be another target to get moved to free up that money. But the good news earlier today is that the Knicks are not entertaining sending out Deuce McBride in any deal for Mikal Bridges, right? For cap purposes. That never made sense. Deuce McBride is way too valuable for the Knicks to, you know, to send him out in that deal. Never made any sense to Leon Rose, does he have to deliver a baby in a taxi cab to win Executive of the Year? Look, the NBA has certain agendas, certain things that they look at, you know. It's tough, you know, but look, for me, these awards are great. They're cool. These guys deserve their shine. But what Leon Rose would sign up for is just to win the championship, you know. What a better way to stick it to any naysayers, you know, than to beat Boston, you know. Build a roster that's capable of beating Boston, and then you'll have people's attention. And I think we've done that. You know, Leon Rose has done that, right? He's won the headlines so far, right? The two best defensive wings combined together. They're younger than Paul George, put together, very versatile. Can play the 2, 3, the 4. OG can guard some 5s as well. He caused fits for Joel Embiid as well, so that'll be another cool potential matchup as well. And of course, if OG was healthy against Indiana, Siakam doesn't get off. You know, those are the things that win you the championship. It's all about matchups, right? It's not just about names. When you want to beat someone, how do you match up against them? Mitchie can guard Joel Embiid when he's healthy. That's a good matchup. If Julius was healthy, who did Philly have or Indiana have that can match up on him? You know, that can be a nightmare for them. You know, Siakam would have had his hands full if Randall was out there. And of course, Tobias Harris wouldn't have been able to check Randall either. One of the best things Randall does is he commands attention. You know, he commands a double. After that, it's about, does he, you know, make the right read, the right pass, all of that. Does he take the best shot? But now we've got snipers on the perimeter now, knockdown shooters with JB, Bridges, and OG standing there in the corner right now. I think Julius Randle can average 10 assists if he wants to right now. If he wants to move the ball, we have the guys capable of shooting the hell out of it. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun season right now. I'm predicting 56 wins. You know, this is easily capable of more. We have to wait and see. But obviously Philly have made a little bit of a move today. They've caught my attention, but I don't think they're on the second level. They're not on the first level yet. I think Boston and the New York Knicks are together. I think first level, first tier, side by side. The next tier is Philly. If they get Paul George, we'll see. But yeah, a lot of people praising Washington. Washington's making a few moves, solid moves next to Alex Sarr. And another potential backup plan for the New York Knicks Lakers goes to the Wizards. Jonas Valanciunas, right? The Knicks never had the money to spend. We're going to be looking more of the Nick Richards, Goga Bitadze's, Mo Bambas. We'll see. Is Isaiah Hartenstein leaning towards the New York Knicks over other lucrative offers? Some people split on it. Some reports saying that he is leaning towards staying with the New York Knicks. Other reports say the money's too tough to decline. But right now, the Thunder are meeting and they have to sell him on a plan. It's not just about money. You know? It's not just about the money. Right? Do they only want to give him a 2-year deal? You know? We know Oklahoma's cheap. You know? Do they really want to commit 4 years, 25 mil per for another big man next to Wembanyama? Right? I think the Knicks still have a great chance. I think there's a chance Isaiah Hartenstein still stays. Right? They have to sell him on the deal. Right? Yes, a name I forgot. Almighty. Jalen Smith. Yep. Jalen Smith as well. And there's some guys out west. The Utah guy and Landale with Houston might be an unrestricted free agent as well. Right? Some of these guys will take the 5.5 mil. Mo Bamba, James Wiseman as well. Yep. Look, not the sexiest names, I know, man. We need some depth first, but we need backup, we need experience. Leon Rose has always got plan B, plan C right now, and he would have thought about this already and talked to guys as soon as possible, right? We're not just waiting on Isaiah. If Isaiah says no, we pivot to the next plan, right? We don't just go, oh, all right, what do we do now? These guys have already got deals lined up, right? So if Isaiah says, I'm taking the bag, guys, sorry. All right, then we just call up the next thing. Aaron Wiggins, he's at Oklahoma. Is he available? Aaron Wiggins, I'm assuming he's locked up in a deal with OKC too. But yeah, we can't sign and trade, unfortunately, as well. So that's a bummer, man. He's unrestricted, okay? Look, if we had gave Isaiah one more year a part of that deal, I don't think we could at the time, I don't know, but the reason we're in this conundrum is because we don't have iHeart's full bird rights, which you don't get unless you're with a team for 3 years. You know, we signed Isaiah for the 2-year 16 mil. And unfortunately, we didn't plan on this happening, you know. We didn't plan on him becoming a $20 million guy, right? At the stage we signed Isaiah, he was a great backup, you know, but plans change sometimes, you know. I mean, look at Denver now, man. I mean, they won their chip, so I don't feel sorry for them. But to lose Bruce Brown in one off season and then you lose KCP in the next season, you're screwed, you know. And that's what you get. You're paying Joker, Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon as well. So that's the limit for most teams. You can only afford to pay 3 or 4 guys, you know. After that, you have to find smart deals. You got to find some people who are willing to take less, you know, and fill out the roster as well. That's where, you know, Milwaukee is struggling, and they're finally starting to see that, you know, they've got to flip, you know, Lopez, and they've got to flip Bobby Portis to try to get more value out of them, you know, because they've got Giannis, Dame, and Middleton eating up all the money. But yeah, man, this season's like incredible, right? If Brunson takes a below market extension together with all these value contracts, that's the recipe for a dynasty where, you know, you're not going to lose pieces because they're all locked up, right? Hart's locked up for 3 more seasons. DiVincenzo's signed for 3 more. Deuce is signed for 2 more. Brunson would re-sign. Bridges for 2 more as well. And we have his full bird rights. OG for 5 seasons as well. Flexibility to keep moving and keep adding as well down the line as well, man. I'm really looking at Minnesota to see what they can do to stay competitive. Because eventually that Nas Reed deal, the Jaden McDaniels deal, the Cat deal, it's all gonna, you know, it's gonna come to a head. Rudy Gobert as well. That's why you keep hearing the speculation with Cat as well. Because if they can afford to lose somebody, you know, nobody's taking Rudy Gobert. It's got to be Cat, right? They've already got Nas Reed. They've got insurance as well. But congrats to Obi. Obi Toppin gets 4 years, 15 million a year as well. Not bad for, you know, for where his career was headed. The Knicks did him a favor too. He wanted the deal, obviously, you know, as reported at the time, but Leon Rose did him a favor sending him to a perfect fit, for 2 second-round picks as well. The pick didn't work out. Randall became an all-star as well. It was one of the blips on Leon Rose in terms of picking that. But we helped Obi out, and he's got paid now. Now Obi Toppin, what does that mean for Jalen Smith? And also Jarris Walker. Other teams are circling now like sharks, trying to see what's up with Jalen Smith and Jarris Walker. Trae Young, Atlanta, forgot about them. They sent DeJounte Murray to the Pelicans as well, but the Pelicans look like they might be moving Brandon Ingram now to the Kings. We'll wait to see what's up with that. That's a very Kings move. The Kings do need to add some star talent to compete. We have some video surfacing of Paul George talking back in 2020, talking about owing the Clippers a championship. And now here he skips, or here he's about to skip. I owe them a trophy. That's what I owe this organization. This is a window that we're trying to capture right now. My commitment, my job is there to bring a title here. That's just the ruthless nature of the business, man. The Clippers just not good enough, right? Kawhi Leonard fell off a cliff after he left the Raptors right now. Right. And Paul George is taking the bag. Where does he end up? Klay Thompson is exiting Golden State. Looks like he'll go to Dallas too. I don't think that pushes Dallas over the hump. Now that might sound funny because they made the finals, but they were never going to beat Boston, and that was their chance. Adding Klay Thompson, does that put them over the top in the West? I mean, Denver have got weaker, of course, but we'll see what happens with Minnesota. They're still going to be around. Phoenix, still questions over them as well, Look, the East is a little more wide open if Denver have got weaker, losing KCP. Paul George leaving the Clippers, though, that completely tears them down now. And if he goes to Orlando, he goes to Philly, there's a potential, top 4 seed in the East now. Yeah, Almighty and J-Dub says I would pick up Jarris Walker. Jalen Smith looks to be a sneaky good pickup. There's an upside for a young talent. James Wiseman, been out there for a minute. I just don't watch Detroit enough. James Wiseman just can't seem to stick. Can't seem to put it together, man. Just like Marvin Bagley. End of an era. Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, man. Clipper Nation hurting bad. Clipper Nation is down bad. This guy Justin says, nice job by the Clippers resting PG for the last 5 years, so he'll have plenty of left in the tank for the Sixers. Man. Look, the Sixers are ready. They were ready to make moves. Tobias Harris' contract was holding them up for so long. Now that they've got this bag, this man, right? They were always going to be better. They were always going to make some improvement. The Knicks stole OG and Mikal Bridges from them. Paul George was the next best thing. We'll see. Orlando's got better with KCP as well. I think some teams out east are sliding. Miami, I think, are going to slide. Atlanta, Chicago, the Raptors, and I think Milwaukee as well are going to struggle unless they can do something drastic right now. The teams coming up in the East are, of course, Orlando, Indiana, Philly will be around again, and the Knicks and Boston. That's probably going to be a top 5 right now. Miami's days are numbered with Jimmy Butler as well. I mean, I'd love to give a more nuanced take on James Wiseman, man. Like I said, I don't watch him enough. Would he be worth a flyer for a minimum? I'm sure, probably. I just wouldn't have confidence that he's gonna turn anything around. If we could get Kevon Looney from Golden State, that could be something. Try to get Kevon Looney, Gary Payton. There was talks, they might be willing to give up Gary Payton, who opted into his $9 million, and Kevon Looney. They're trying to save some money. Tariq says, I knew Leon was a chess player because he never thought in terms of box office, nor did he utter such nonsense. Yeah, he doesn't feel the pressure, Leon Rose. Like, he knows what he wants to do. Credit to Dolan for staying out of the way. He said, right, I'm giving you the keys, right? I've done all this before with, Phil Jackson. I've done this before with Steve Mills and all that. Leon Rose, you've fleeced me in business before. I'm giving you the keys. You just do what you needed to do. I'm going to focus on my band. I'm going to focus on the Sphere. And that's what he's done, man, as well. But, yeah, I don't think Leon Rose has felt any pressure. Because there was one key report that came out, I think, probably a year ago, 2 years ago, right when Tibbs was struggling, I think. It definitely wasn't last season. Maybe it was the season before that, when the Knicks hit a skid, and there was reports saying that Dolan had given Leon his blessing to fire Tibbs if he wants to, and he had the choice, but he didn't, right? Leon Rose, that was his choice. He gave him full autonomy to fire Tibbs, but he said, all right, I'm going to ride it out, and then he didn't, right? If it was a novice executive, he probably would have felt the pressure to fire Tibbs, take the heat off of him, and make sure that his job is safe. But that tells me that Leon Rose knew he was safe, right? He didn't care for the noise, and he didn't care to fire Tibbs. Yes, great point, buzzer beater. It's not who Rose did sign as much as who he didn't sign. Yep, facts. Yep. He's trying to, as much as, he gets heat for not talking, and, it would be nice to hear from Leon a little bit more. But one of the things he did say is he's going to build culture. He's going to build pieces that fit and a winning culture as well. None of these people that just come here to fool around and play the bottle flip game or, steal the money and run like Joakim Noah, or, come here and play less games. He's all about winning now, signing winning players. How do I feel about Mo Wagner? I feel like his game would help this team, but I feel like he's a little crazy for the locker room, That's just what I see from on the court. He might be a little chill dude back off court, but yeah, I think he's a little crazy, on the court. So maybe not the best locker room fit. But some names that have been linked by Ian Begley is Nick Richards and Goga Bitadze. And if I have to guess, Orlando will lose someone. The fact that Orlando have Bitadze and Wagner suggests that someone will leave, I think. So Kendrick Perkins has tweeted out the segment he did with PG and with Embiid as well, man. No tampering here. This was back in the NBA Finals when Paul George was on ESPN, right? As Woj reported, the Clippers' exit leaves the Sixers as the strong front runners now to land Paul George, right? This is the case where money talks, because the Clippers were always hesitant. We knew back in halfway through the season there was already reports saying that the two sides were far apart, and the Clippers just couldn't meet Paul George's asking price. And now Philly are desperate, right? We took all the wings off the market. Philly had to do something, and Philly came with the money. That's all this is, I think. Philadelphia laid down the bag and offered Paul George full guarantee, right? Full guarantee now. Him and Embiid together. Let's see who can stay healthy, right? Paul George likes to be a little inconsistent, and Embiid can't stay healthy. Yeah, like Steve Mills to die for as well. Man, I'm glad those days are gone, man. We've got people that used to criticize the Knicks paying us credit now for how we operate, and I can't get enough of that. You know what I mean? Just bringing up the Phil Jackson stuff hurts to think about, together with the draft picks as well. Frank Ntilikina, Kevin Knox, all that. Even our drafting has improved as well, right? Almighty says, if iHeart leaves, we're most likely taking Bitadze. Yeah, I'm confident we'll get someone decent, because money talks, and 5.5 mil, we'll get somebody. Once all the money and exceptions dry up and there's only the veterans minimum available, we'll be able to get somebody. But I'm still hopeful that iHeart will stay too. I think the underrated element that iHeart is looking for is role. It's not just the money, right? Oklahoma has to give him the right role, What's up, Bren? Why would the Clips help Philly? I don't think Barmer would let this happen. Maybe Orlando. I think Orlando might be capped out now, They've given KCP 22 mil. In terms of the Clippers helping, I don't think that's their intention. I think they just don't want to hamstring their future too much. They've already got Kawhi as well. Maybe they're just hoping for a mini reset, because Kawhi's money is going to come off the books eventually. They get Paul George's money off their books by not giving him that deal. They go in a 2-year investment to James Harden now, so that's short term as well. I think the Clippers still want some names heading into the new arena, but I think as long as they want to be more flexible, they don't want to be locked into a Paul George long-term thing. So I guess that's the sacrifice they got to make as well. The worst thing a team can do that's not getting it done is to double down on, something that's not working. You're just setting the franchise back. You know what I mean? I think this day and age, it's quicker to blow it up and reset, and you can maybe win quicker than, investing in 2 injury-prone guys for 5 more years. I think people are done with that now. Mark, what's up? Most saying it's a likely Goga. We should probably set expectations now, as OKC is going to get iHeart. So you're confident OKC get him? I still think it's 50-50. For the point that was raised by Bondi and Steve Popper as well. As I bring up here, it's still a courting process, the role, the fit, and the money. But Bondi says, I say this after covering the NBA for a long time. If you're meeting with a team, it means you're not sold yet. Something needs to be sold. Money doesn't need to be negotiated in person. So yeah, that's facts too, you know. There's a lot of loyalty in the building that Leon Rose has built, right? If you're turning your back on the New York Knicks, if you're Isaiah, a team that built up your value, a team that invested in you when nobody else was willing to offer you 16 million 2 years ago, right? It means a lot to turn your back on that, you know? And yes, if he takes a big bag, I get it. But I don't think Isaiah is taking this decision lightly. You know what I mean? Because not only did we build up his play, his game, we also gave him that deal, you know, 2 years back when, you know, not many people were willing to pay $8 million for a backup. So that's why I think Isaiah's going into this meeting and he's, you know, he's still mulling what's happening, you know. They've got Chet, who might play the 5 in a year's time, you know. That might be something that they, you know, discuss. Maybe Presti, you know, because they're a cheap organization, maybe they only offer him 2 years at a balloon number. You know, that's something to look out for as well. But yeah, we have conflicting reports because Jake says, you know, there does remain the chance Isaiah stays. So really nobody knows right now. And I think the Woj bomb is probably going to drop on us any minute. Fam. Yeah, salute Bren. All good. We got you. Buzzer says, I've heard a whisper about Marvin Bagley III to New York. Is it a good option? I think it'd be solid. I think those are the kind of low-key moves that all the Knicks do need to make, man. We just need to hit a couple singles or doubles. Because we hit our home runs already. Retaining OG and stealing Mikal Bridges from the competition was the home run. And I think the Bagleys of the world, backups and insurance is a double or a single. Thanks, Will. Orlando still has 30 mil after KCP. Okay, so they're a player. They're not to take lightly. Can that be enough to get Paul George? We'll see. I doubt it, and here's why. Because Orlando have 2 jumbo wings already in Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero. But does Philly have any wings? No, they don't have any wings. So Paul George fits with the Philly 76ers like a glove. But in Orlando, they've got KCP now, Franz, and they've got Paolo. So it's it's a tough fit for them, you know. But I mean, I like the move Orlando made, you know. It's a good investment, KCP, for 22. Stealing him away from the Nuggets as well. And the Nuggets are screwed with the cap as well. Buzzer beater, salute with the super chat. Marathon stream. We've been going 4 hours already, man. It feels like 4 minutes. You guys are the best. I wasn't going to come on, wait for some moves, and then come off and duck, and then a move happens as well. That would just tick me off. So I'm hoping, like we all are, I'm hoping we get some Isaiah Hartenstein news, or even if it doesn't happen tonight, just an update. You know, just give us an update to say, you know what, this is where it's at. He's met with Oklahoma. He's going to think on it. He's going to sleep on it. And we come back tomorrow. What do you think about this veteran? Mook Morris. Would you take Mook Morris for a veteran minimum? He didn't get much playing time. His game must have really regressed a bit, and we'll see. He was here earlier in the Steve Mills regime. I don't know if it's a Leon pickup. Anthony says we didn't steal Bridges. It was an overpay. Respect your opinion, but I disagree. There's already reports saying Utah was willing to match. Utah was competing and wanted him badly as well. So, and maybe we did pay by one more pick, but Philly were after him. The competition was after him. And to beat out your competition, you have to offer a better deal, right? If you're trying to beat someone, you don't offer the same deal they're offering. You make a better deal. You know what I mean? You got to go one better. Otherwise, what's the incentive for Brooklyn to give away a prized possession, to a competitor? That's what people are missing with this thing. Saying that the Knicks gave up too much. It's like you're in the mind of Brooklyn that you're already deciding that you're not going to give him to the Knicks, What the Knicks did with Brooklyn is we helped their future and they helped ours. It was a win-win deal. If it was a one-sided deal, either side wouldn't have done it. But we helped them out with future compensation, and we got, a guy to sort of put us, hopefully over the hump. That's what we're trying to do, Because the worst thing you can do is pay everyone, build up this huge salary bill and fall short, get cheap in the last second, And that's what might happen with, LA. The Clippers, for example, they've been paying these injury-prone guys for so long, and they ducked out of paying them right before, they could win a chip. Now, Minnesota are a team to watch because they've racked up the tax bill. We'll see if they, stay strong and they persist with it as well. But for the New York Knicks, to trade what we did for OG and duck out of paying him wouldn't make of sense, We're paying Julius, we're paying Brunson now. We're competing, It'd make no sense to go backwards and to duck out of it, Once you're in, you're all in. And I think the Knicks, did have to part with the picks, to get it done. Yeah, Bren, we will miss iHeart's passing if he moves. He was a very unique player. Real respect for him, for what he's been able to achieve, but also credit to the front office and the coaching as well. We fleshed out his game when other teams couldn't. He went to the Clippers, he went to Denver as well. He couldn't put it together, but he came to the New York Knicks, and we developed him as well, to his potential. Now think about how far we've come in just 2 years. Remember the day we signed Isaiah Hartenstein and all the thought and the narrative going around, Most of it was $8 million. Some of it was like, yeah, this guy's cool. He's got upside. He's a backup. Solid move, Leon. Some thought it was a bit of an overpay. But if I went to a time machine and told everyone that in 2 years' time, Isaiah's going to be getting $20 million, people would look at you. People would think you're crazy. He went from being 8 million to 20 in 2 seasons. AT says Goga's serviceable defensively, good rebounder, but terrible on offense. We need a 5 who can at least pass and have touch around the rim. I agree with that. Unfortunately, you get what you pay for, and money, you have to kind of take what's the best available. That's the hit we take, because for the money available, we're really not getting a player that's better than Isaiah or maybe on the same level. we are going to have to take a reduction. But yeah, I'd love to hear some more names if you guys hear about it. I talked about Jock Landale with Houston. I know him more than some because, he's from here. But his game is more stretch the floor out, can shoot the three. He rebounds and shot blocks. Some of the things Tibbs likes. But he has a bit more offense to his game. Now Houston, he's waiting on Houston to guarantee his deal. If they unguarantee it, it's $8 million. He might be willing to come, I think. Yep. To Die For says, yeah, both Nets and Knicks won the trade. Yep. You said it well, man. You said it perfect, because that's what had to happen for the drought to get broken, right? Two teams that haven't traded since 1983 don't break that drought unless both teams are happy with what is happening, right? If only one team was happy, the drought's not getting broken. We're talking about a 40-year drought since 1983. And you heard Bobby Marks say when he was in the Nets front office, they never even called the Knicks to talk any deal. Yeah. Chicago Cruisers says Knicks still need bench help. Yeah, we're an incomplete roster at the minute, but I think we've got contingencies lined up. We've got Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, connections all around the league right now. As I said, what would cap things off for me is a real good name veteran to say, I'm going to the Knicks for a minimum. That's what I've been waiting for since I was like a teenager. We were always the team to overpay, right? If a solid veteran with still game left, if they say that I'm coming for a minimum, that lets me know that we're for real. I'm going to fill out the roster with this pickup or whatever. But of course, look, I get it. Money talks, Michael says we are all in. Yep, we definitely are. And Buzzer, yeah, I thought iHeart, he had that part of his game, but the word is that Tibbs wanted him to focus on the other things, I think the reason iHeart's excelled is because he focused on the things that he can do elite. He could be a solid three-point shooter, but I don't think he was ever going to become elite. And instead, he sacrificed that with the New York Knicks to focus on what he could do elite, which is hustling, rebounding, passing, playmaking, and blocking as well. The thing is, with some players, if you try to do it all falls to mess. You know what I mean? If you want to be a 7-foot big man that wants to shoot, pass, and do all of these things, then you better be Nikola Jokic or Kat or Anthony Davis. Because there aren't too many. Buzzer says, CT, if we all called MSG and demanded Leon Rose do an interview with me or us, do you think that would work? I would love to think so, fam, but I think it would be a polite decline too. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay, man. Let the work shine through. Jay Will, Mason Plumlee. That's a good name. I don't know the contract situation with Mason, but I could see Tibbs being interested. Definitely. Definitely, fam. Now, one of the other names, Nick Richards. So Tibbs has got good relationships with Steve Clifford, and I know he's not the coach with Charlotte anymore. I forget the name. Salute to the young coach that is the new guy with the Hornets. I know Michael Jordan sold the franchise as well, but I think Tibbs would get good intel for Nick Richards as well. And they've still got Mark Williams. So yeah, maybe that there's those connections, I think, with Tibbs and Clifford. I think. Yeah, McBride staying at this point, as Ian Begley confirmed. Fam, everyone, that's the best bit of news that I found today. Obviously, there's still the word that Isaiah could stick, but Deuce McBride, it's very unlikely, and the Knicks weren't really entertaining, moving him. So that tells me that, it's likely to be a sign and trade with Precious Achiuwa or Alec Burks, I think. So that's one of the hold-ups too, fam. So just to paint the picture as to why there's a delay, why, what are we waiting on? Right, there's a lot of dominoes that have to fall, and one of them is teams using up their available cap space, right? Because verbally, I think we've got some things lined up, but we can't execute it until, the money is dried up. For one example is, let's say we want to sign and trade Alec Burks or Precious Achiuwa. Well, the team that we're going to sign and trade them to is still probably hanging around waiting to see, what they're going to use their money on, right? And they're not going to agree to a sign and trade for Burks and Achiuwa unless the talent dries up, So we might be waiting a little bit longer. That's just how it goes. It's all about these dominoes. And we were aware of that. We drafted these 4 rookies, like I said, to fill the roster out, just in case. So that was great business. We don't have to sweat veterans choosing us on a minimum now, because we're kind of filled out the third string outside of the big men. Kolek, McCullough, Hukporti, Dadier, if he stays, they could be solid end of the bench guys with experience, experience in college and pro. We got Deuce and Dante and Hart off the bench as well. That's dynamite off the Knicks bench. We really just need to shore up the big man. Like Optimus says, great maneuvering, fam. And we got a lot of praise and draft grades above A minus, when talking about the moves we made. One of them was Yahoo as well. That's why we took a guy with the 58th pick. I tried to explain to people, in another scenario, it would have been more benefit for just to us let Ariel Hukporti go undrafted and we just sign him. But the reason we used the pick on him was to guarantee that we can offer him an extended contract, and make sure that he doesn't go somewhere else. Right, so here we go, man. A across the board. So it looks like I agree with Washington. I agree with Minnesota. I don't know what Chicago did to deserve an A. That's interesting. Obviously the Lakers took a no-brainer, but the New York Knicks to make 4 transactions, or multiple transactions, and to get 4 talented guys is definitely an A. So that was great. And Hukporti's game as well, for those not as familiar, it's kind of out of sight, out of mind, but he was, in draft circles for 2 years because he was in the draft 2 years ago, tore his Achilles, but remained strong, went through rehab, bounced back in a major way, played pro on a finals team in the NBL, plays great drop coverage, is more advanced defensively than Jericho. He's a lighter version of a Clint Capella, Samuel D'Alembert, and a rich man's Jericho Sims, Norvell Pell. So this is one example, one small possession, but it highlights the potential where he can play drop, contest the shot, blocks the shot, plays post-up defense, helps again and gets a third block on a guy as well. And in Jericho Sims' 3rd or 4 years, I've never seen him play a possession like that. So he's a different style player. I know Jericho's great at the lob threat. He's great at finishing. He's a bruiser. He's a good rebounder as well. But yeah, there's a level to the experience that Hukporti possesses as well. Playing pro is big. Playing bigger minutes. One of the things that's probably held Jericho Sims back is a player needs minutes to develop. Hukporti's been playing 30 plus minutes in a professional team's rotation. That helps you to develop. When you're not playing, you're not developing. So I think, is he good enough to be the third string? Absolutely. Could he push for backup minutes? It's a chance. It's definite, he's got the tools. And the Knicks were interested for a long time. As I wrote in January, the Knicks scouted him in January live as well. So, look, I love what Leon did on draft night. It was an excellent draft. I thought they ticked every single box they really could in terms of getting a young upside wing with big scoring potential, 2 defensive dogs, and then Kolek, which is the playmaking that we need, and a pass first guard, not a scoring guard, as well. So it all fits really well. Glad to see that, neutral and draft experts have seen the vision. They praise the New York Knicks. Now let's see what we do. Let's put it all together. Yes, AP played in Australia. When the NBL season finished, he went to Germany to finish the season out there. So that's why there's some confusion. Is he from Australia? Is he, did he play in Germany? The answer to that is he did both. He's from Germany and Togolese descent, and the first Togolese NBA draft pick in history. And then he's played pro in Australia for 3 seasons, and I've seen him live. Yep, scouted him in person. Seen him change the game, like, in terms of the flow of the game, like this possession. He's a beast in the paint. He'll patrol the paint, moves his feet really well, runs rim to rim really well, really, really mobile as well. As you see, loose with the feet. Can put the ball on the floor, a couple dribbles, maybe 3-4 dribbles max, post up, little hook shot. So he's a little more advanced than Jericho offensively too, but defensively is more experienced and more sound as well. So that's the best you could possibly do with the 58th pick, man. He was on draft people's radar. Sam Vecini of The Athletic, Jonathan Gavoni of ESPN, they had him as a proper second round draft pick for most of the draft cycle as well. And as I said, he would have got drafted 2 years ago if he didn't tear his Achilles as well. So yeah, he gets a lot of praise for the effort he's put to rehab, because it ain't easy. But the pleasing thing that you guys will love to hear is that he hasn't lost his spring, right? He hasn't lost any athleticism since the Achilles. If anything, he's looked more bouncy since coming back from the Achilles as well. So he's really rehabbed that well, and he's done a great job, of repairing his draft stock as well, because he was distraught. Think about you're a 20-year-old about to, get drafted, and then you tear your Achilles. You don't know if your NBA dream is finished. But he stuck with it. I think after 8 or 9 months, he was back, scrimmaging as well. And then, he had a great season. As I said, he played in the NBL finals. His team lost, but it was a best of 5 series, and it went to game 5 as well. So it was a tight, tough series. He was averaging like 9 and 9. Some games he'd have 11 and 10. So he's kind of that double threat, but he was only playing about 20 minutes. So he was sharing the minutes with another starting big. So he's kind of like a pro game double kind of guy if he can get the minutes. The other thing you guys will love to hear is that he's scrimmaged against NBA players too. Obviously, there's a lot of current former NBA players that from Australia, and right before the FIBA World Cup last July, Ariel was scrimmaging with Josh Giddey, Dyson Daniels, Jock Landale, and Jack White. Some of those names you guys know. In preparations for the FIBA World Cup, Ariel Hukporti was in the gym scrimmaging with those guys, and apparently he looked like he was outstanding against those guys, and I'm expecting him to look more ready. That's what I'm hoping. And obviously you never know until you're in the NBA environment, but from everything I've seen, he's definitely more of a ready-made piece than people think. He's not your typical 58th pick, two-way dude that'll, is 3 years away. He's already 22, and he's really not going to get that much better from what he is already good at. So look forward to seeing what he can do. Would you guys look at Reggie Bullock? What do you think about Reggie? Looks like he's unlikely to return to Houston. So we'll see if Tibbs puts in the call. Optimus says McCullough will make the team. Good defense, good defensive wing, and Kolek will be a great backup for JB. Yeah, definitely excellent pickups. They fit the mold, and look, we've got a history now of picking the right guys in terms of Quickly, Grimes. Had enough value. It was a tough situation with being a rookie on a veteran team. But I thought Grimes won minutes early. Deuce McBride eventually won those minutes as well. So the drafting of the New York Knicks is on a whole different level to what used to be. Only wish we had drafted Mikal Bridges back in the day. But how different things would be if that happened. Now let me refresh to see what's up on the latest front. So Paul George will basically be walking for nothing. So that's interesting. Eric Gordon going to Philly. Philly getting stronger. Too, fam. We have a big man free agent. Nemias Quetta has agreed to a multiple-year deal to stay with Boston. So that's where we're at with free agency right now, man. Guys that I've never heard of re-signing with Boston. Big man NBA champion. What do you guys think about Porzingis getting his first championship? I thought he did well in Washington to repair his value, and Boston capitalized, Boston always had interest in KP. Even when the Knicks were looking to trade him, they were interested. It didn't work out in Dallas. Look, Luka is a very tricky player to play with. I don't think there's any coincidence. Only certain guys fit with Luka. It just didn't fit. And Luka's very, very ball dominant. Yes, he does fire the pass, and he's a willing passer as well. But the reason he's so difficult to play with is just, he doesn't pass as much as he can because he prefers to shoot. And when he does pass it to you, it might be late in the shot clock as well. So the difference between a good passer and a willing passer is different, right? You could be willing to pass all day when the shot clock goes down to 1. But a willing passer is someone who, a good passer is someone who will pass early and pass often. So Tyler Kolek is a dude who is looking to pass. He's looking to pass first. And he's averaging 8 assists. and he'll look for it. He'll find you. He'll try to find you as well. So that's what you want, and I think that's perfect because it's the opposite to Brunson. He'll come in, he'll run the offense real quick, he'll get up and down, and he'll get the bench unit flowing, man, with Hart, DiVincenzo. I think the ball will be firing like a hot potato. Shokan, Philly fans they've been down bad, so I'm not surprised they're celebrating a pickup that they haven't picked up yet. But I think the talk is that Paul George is leaning towards Philly as well, so we'll see, man. I think he's going to meet with... I think he was meeting with Orlando as well. He's decided not to stay with the Clippers, so there's not many other options, right? Wouldn't it be funny if he went back to Oklahoma, right? Oklahoma got a pick haul, he leaves for a minute, and then he goes back. That would be insane, right? Obviously, KCP going to Orlando is a good pickup, but maybe the most sneakiest, best pickup of the day is the Spurs getting CP3 to pair up with Wemby. My respect has gone up a little for that because, he's not chasing the ring, but I think this will help his legacy. I think Chris Paul, he might never win that chip, but you always remembered on your last few years, and if you end on a good note, that can help your legacy, right? Instead of just chasing a ring and falling short. If you can really, kickstart Wembanyama and push the Spurs into contention, then that would be huge for him. Ed, what's up? Salute. Give me your top 3 center options for the New York Knicks in case iHeart leaves. Happy to do so, man. Great question. It is going to factor in terms of like what money is available and all of that. I'm going to throw Kevon Looney out there. I think if there's a way we can wheel and deal, it's not just signing that we can make moves. We can still do sign and trades and things like that, or a trade. So yeah, I'm a fan of Kevon Looney. Goga Bitadze. Drummond is gone now, so I think Goga Bitadze would be another solid pickup. And then I think maybe Wiseman or third choice would be Wiseman or Nick Richards. So that's, Jock Landale, Nick Richards or Wiseman for that. Second option would be Bitadze. Drummond's no longer here, or no longer an option. And Kevon Looney, if we can get him somehow. But of course, Jonas Valanciunas has signed for Washington as well. Michael, Mo Wagner, I said about him before. I think he could help the team. I just don't know if he's the best fit, right? But yeah, I think, look, Mitchie's the starting 5 right now. If Isaiah's not here, hope he rests, has a great recovery for this summer and come back and be the best version of Mitch, right? He was balling out before the injuries as well. And look, I feel I'm higher on the Hukporti pickup than some. And I think he's a little more ready than some people think. Does OG Anunoby play some small ball 5 a little? Let's see if we can do that as well. But yeah, there's some other veterans on the table as well. Max Christie signing a 4-year deal with the Lakers for $32 million. So Chris says $23 million per year for Jonas Valanciunas and Richaun Holmes. So what are your thoughts on what Washington's doing? Right. DeJounte Murray is out in New Orleans now. And looks like BI is going to get traded, maybe to the Kings as well. So Keith Pompey is reporting that Eric Gordon has taken the veterans minimum to go to Philly. So Philly's made some solid moves, but I'm not ready to put them level with the Knicks yet. You know why? Because the Knicks already beat Philly without Julius Randle. Not only are we getting Julius Randle back, we're getting Mikal Bridges back as well. And hopefully a healthier Mitch. So all these marginal moves that Philly's making, unless it's Paul George, it's not moving the needle. You know, it's not moving the needle, right? Is it likely they get Paul George? Yeah, I think there is that chance, fam. But even then, I think the Knicks would still have the edge right now. We're still ready to make moves. We've still got options. If Isaiah Hartenstein stays, the Knicks win free agency. The Knicks win the off-season immediately, right? We've already made the home runs with Mikal and OG, right? How are you guys feeling right now, right? I think it's like 10 p.m. on the East Coast. Soon to be 10 p.m. We haven't heard anything yet. So that the longer it waits, the better the chances I think that the New York Knicks are keeping Isaiah, right? Because I think if he went into Oklahoma in the meeting and everything was rosy, the money added up, and there was no doubt in his mind, I think we would have heard immediately, you know, Isaiah Hartenstein, Oklahoma, right now. So the Knicks, Leon Rose, they're doing overtime right now to work on this Bridges deal to free up the money. So the Clippers did pick up someone, Kevin Porter Jr., 2-year deal, back into the league after playing in Greece for 6 weeks. So, look, Orlando is going to be a threat. Don't forget they were in the first round of the playoffs. Orlando caused some concerns for Cleveland. I think they took them to Game 7, right? So, yeah, Cleveland. What is Cleveland going to do? Just keeping Donovan Mitchell, that doesn't stack up in the East, right? They need to trade Garland. Mitch has a big chip on his shoulder, says Michael Drake. Yep. Never, ever doubt Mitch's commitment, you know? I mean, Mitch has won in life, you know, like I said, his upbringing and his rise from, you know, second round pick and getting into the league and, you know, getting the big contract as well. And he will continue to be elite defensively, just got to stay healthy. That's the biggest concern. Now, if we have more backups, then I feel better about the situation if we lose Isaiah. Optimus says iHeart's wife will divorce him if he goes from New York City to Oklahoma City. It'd definitely be a downgrade, but the extra millions of dollars, she could take a few private jets. You know, that's the thing right now, where the markets, they're not what they once used to be, too. And Darren says Mason Plumlee's off the board as well. He's agreed on a 1-year deal with the Phoenix Suns. So Mason Plumlee, one of the big names off the board now, on a 1-year deal to the Phoenix Suns. He's chasing the weather out there, because I think that'll be veterans minimum. So Mason Plumlee on a 1-year deal, reporting Woj. Not going to lie, Phoenix have done maybe the best they could have done with their restraints. You know, getting Ryan Dunn in the draft, getting these other guys, I think a few other picks hit Defensively, they've got better. Reece Beekman, I think, or they got Jamal Shed. And, Ryan Dunn's going to help their defense out. Yeah, and getting Mason Plumlee is solid. It's pretty solid moves. I don't think Phoenix are still... I don't think they're in the top tier in the West, but they're definitely going to, give it a chance to... Yeah, you can find another one. Nick Yak says she'll divorce him, turning down 40 extra million. Yep. I honestly believe, as much as money's important and maybe the most important, I honestly think the difference between him choosing Oklahoma or the Knicks is more role, right? I honestly believe in my heart he'd be willing to play for the Knicks for a discount, and he'd also be willing to take that bag. But it's going to come down to how long is the deal with Oklahoma? Is he starting permanently? Is the plan for him for Chet to start? Or is Presti only offering 2 years versus the New York Knicks 4 years as well? And yeah, Ariel Hukporti, stand up. As I keep beating that drum, man, don't be surprised. The Knicks used the final pick in the draft for a reason, to guarantee his contract, right? When a player goes undrafted, there's a certain, flexibility you lose to sign that player long term. If you use a draft pick on them, you can actually secure their longer term contractual future. So that's why the Knicks used the final pick in that draft, It wasn't necessarily a cap saving thing. It wasn't necessarily a stash kind of thing. We could have just let him go on undrafted. So the Knicks travelled to Australia in January to watch Ariel Hukporti live. Right, they know who he was, what he can do, why they drafted him. He was the best available ready-made big that they could select, that can come in and protect the rim right away. Now, is he going to be Dikembe Mutombo? No. Is he going to be Rudy Gobert? No. But he's better than him offensively, but defensively he's just solid. Yeah, Thunder a bit of an awkward fit with Chet. That's the thing, man. And no doubt you get comfortable being in New York City. You guys are really onto something with your wife, your family, your brothers in the locker room, the New York Knicks, about to win a championship, hopefully. It's a lot to think about. If you turn your back on that, and let's say Oklahoma don't do nothing, and the Knicks go to the NBA Finals next season, money's not everything. You don't want to regret this decision. Milmatic, what's up? Marcus Morris for a vet. Gives us a backup 4, which we don't have. Adds toughness as far as vet mins guys. Yep. I'd be for that. I think if it's a vet min, I think we will wait to see the market dry out a little, and then these veterans will clamour onto all the available, vet min spots. But I think the Knicks will be very attractive in terms of one of these spots too. I mean, everyone saw the New York Knicks' bodies go down in the NBA playoffs. Even guys that didn't like the Knicks felt sorry for the Knicks seeing all these bodies go down. So we'll definitely feel like some of these players can look at the Knicks like they can help. They can come in here and help. Now that survey around the league of people least likely wanting to play for Tibbs. Now that might check out for some of these younger dudes. For some of the older dudes that want to win, it's hard to look at the Knicks now and say, you know what, they're ready. They're ready to win. They've got more bodies now with Bridges, more draft picks. We're more robust. So I don't know. Look, I won't be surprised if Shake Milton sticks as a minimum. Won't be surprised if Precious Achua gets brought back for insurance as well. Alec Burks, I think, he'll get a bag somewhere. The money will dry up. Orlando still has, I think, 30 mil left to be Ariel Hukporti, stand up. Yep, Jay Will, Plumlee off the board. I didn't really think Plumlee was a big target for the Knicks. I think we're looking at more of a Nick Richards. Like I said, the Hornets look. I think Tibbs and Clifford have a good relationship. Patrick Ewing, used to be in the organization there as well. I don't know what Charlotte's looking to do. Bitadze, I don't know if Orlando can keep him. Look like the Knicks 5 milli might be good enough. Let's see. It's going to be a buzzing summer, though, continuing, man, because we got the Olympics, we got Summer League. Obviously, none of the Knicks, to my knowledge, are participating in the Olympics outside of Rokas Jokubaitis. Can watch some of the Olympics and watch him go up against Tyrese Halliburton. We're going to obviously watch all of our baby Knicks go to battle for Summer League. There might be a Summer League starting lineup of Tyler Kolek, Kevin McCullough, Jake Toppin, Dadier, and Ariel Hukporti. It might be a full New York Knicks starting 5 Summer League roster. That'll be lit. Going up against Bronny James and some of these other rookies as well. Will be funny if Pacome Dadier starts to outplay some of the other French dudes taken with the first selection. It'll be funny if Ariel Hukporti dominates one of these other bigs like Khalil Ware, one of the guys selected by Miami with the 15th pick, and the New York Knicks 58th pick dominates him. Yeah, Vinny says, I need my bright skin German brother to return. We are going to miss his playmaking, man, and his rebounding if he leaves. Margaret says, iHeart needs to let us know soon so we can find a centre if he is leaving. Yet I don't think this will drag out too long. I think we'll find out. I'm hoping we'll find out tonight. We're going on 5 hours soon, streaming. It'll be all worth it if we get the news live too. I don't want to end the live stream and then the news pop as well. Okay, damn. Najee Marshall is off the board for a 3-year deal with the Mavericks. Wow. That is big for the Dallas Mavericks, right? Does that take them out of the deal to get Klay Thompson, fam? Najee Marshall headed to the Texas State Dallas Mavericks on a 27 3-year deal. Man, that's a good pickup for Dallas. They need some strength. They need some wing depth. They lost the finals, but they lost Tim Hardaway. They got Quentin Grimes and Najee Marshall, man. They definitely got better on the perimeter. What an upgrade. Losing Tim Hardaway and his Matador defense and getting Quentin Grimes and Marshall. And that's a solid deal for him and for the club. 27/3 as well. So that's interesting, man. Do they miss out on Klay Thompson now? Maybe he's headed to Orlando. Yep, Plumlee's off the table. J Dub says, I have a feeling that as soon as iHeart sign, Leon will go to Plan B. 100%. Plan B's already ironed out. And free agents know that as well. We've heard stories in the past where free agents are just there waiting. They know they're either going to go to the Knicks or they know they're going to go to the Thunder. They just have to wait for the phone call. The terms have already been verbally agreed. It's just waiting for the dominoes, you know. The dominoes have to fall. I can't remember which Nick it was. It was Mook Morris, or was it Brandon Jennings or Aaron Aflalo? Someone had a deal on the table where they were going to go there, but they were just waiting for the Knicks to call to confirm whether or not they do that deal or that deal. So it's all sorted, man. Plan B, Plan C. Tampering is legit. you know, teams are talking to agents. That's kind of why the NBA brought this forward, you know, to 6 p.m. tonight. You know, it was kind of foolish to let people wait till midnight. You know, all of this stuff's already been done. So, Mark Stein is reporting now that Dallas pivoted to signing Najee Marshall, league sources, after unexpectedly conceding tonight that it would not have the wherewithal to retain Derrick Jones to the Mavs as well, while the Mavs focus on the sign and trade pursuit of Klay Thompson. Well, so that's good for me because I'm a big fan of Derrick Jones, man. Let's get Derrick Jones. What do you feel about that? He would fit as the backup 4 really well. Another lockdown defender. Looks like Dallas has conceded keeping him. Man, you can't have it all because DJJ, he was on a $2 million deal, and that it was just going to be ridiculous keeping him. So they pivoted to getting Najee Marshall, conceding Derrick Jones. Well, so Clippers trying to get in on that now. Probably half the league trying to get in on that. J-Dub, our plan B, I think is likely to be Nick Richards, Goga Bitadze. Respect Ian Begley's reporting. You know, he's been covering the Knicks over a decade as well. When he mentions names specifically, he doesn't have to mention those names. He mentions them because he's probably heard something. And I think in Ian Begley's latest article, he mentioned Drummond by name, he mentioned Bitadze, and he mentioned Nick Richards as well. So that doesn't mean they're plan B. They might be plan C. There's still probably other options. But yeah, look out for that, man. Nick Richards, Goga Bitadze. I mean, the Knicks would be a sexy option for any of those players to look at because they know there's a need. If Isaiah walks, you can step right into the rotation. Not only that, you can, you know, step into a team that's ready to win right away. So I'm not worried. I'm not worried about getting somebody. You know, we will get someone who's solid. Will they be as good as Isaiah? Probably not. We'll see. D. Grant says, I like Derrick Jones. Bren says he is a bit undersized. I think Derrick Jones is a little bigger than that, but he might be 6'6". But I think he's got an incredible wingspan. J. Dub says, I rather Richards. Yep, we're waiting on iHeart's choice. We will get it. We will get it soon, I think. Some dominoes are starting to fall. He's breaking bread with Leon right now. What's up, building blocks? Looks like Nick Richards may have re-signed. I didn't see that yet. Maybe I missed it. But yeah, Dallas, great pickup. Yep. Look, you know, I rarely pay credit to certain organizations. And look, they're not our biggest rival. But Dallas, you got to give them credit for what their front office has done in the last 12 months, right? To get all these fringe moves, you know, trading Grant Williams to get, you know, your Derrick Joneses, PJ Washingtons, Daniel Gaffords, Dante Exums on a veteran minimum. Now, to turn Tim Hardaway Jr. and a bad, inconsistent role player, to send him out for Quentin Grimes and Najee Marshall is very good front officing. You know what I mean? That's what they need. So I could see Dallas still beating better than Phoenix. I could see them beating the Minnesota again. Health permitting. Those are some sneaky moves. But that's what you need to compete, That's what this front office to me is all about. It's not really the star names. LeBron's going to return. Yeah, Paul George and Klay Thompson might move. But they're over 35 now. They're not once what they used to be. You know what I mean? Isaiah could be the biggest, and KCP, the biggest names in their prime that switch teams. I mean, Isaiah is definitely the best center on the market as a free agent. I mean, Jonas Valanciunas, I stand corrected. Jonas Valanciunas, he moved teams. CP3, underrated pickup. So the Mavs used a significant chunk of their MLE to sign Najee Marshall, filling the need for perimeter defense as well. Yep. Let's see what Quentin Grimes can do, man. Can he be the next Knick to get their bag? There's one thing that's for sure, as I said before, man. All these Knicks getting their bag. Emmanuel Quickley, 35 mil. RJ Barrett got his bag as well. Obi Toppin got 60 mil today. Quentin Grimes, he's waiting for his bag. Yeah, it's because all of the salary cap, guys. Players aren't moving teams as frequent, or superstars, for different reasons, because there's less cap available, there's more win now teams, and there's more teams wanting to tank, right? Now let's say there was 3 or 4 more teams willing to compete than Zach LaVine's of the world. DeMar DeRozan's would be more of a name, but nobody wants them right now. Nobody wants Zach LaVine, because you're either close enough to contend or you're trying to tank, like Brooklyn and Detroit. You're not trying to take on Zach LaVine's contract. So that's where there's a lot of guys stuck in the middle right now on bad contracts, and they can't move from their team. Like Kyle Kuzma, he's still stuck on Washington. I feel like I see his name every single off season. Who's going to get Kyle Kuzma, but he never, he's still there. DeMar DeRozan, he wants a big bag, but he still plays at a solid level. But Zach LaVine's contract is just too big for teams to take. $50 million. Yeah, IQ's earning more than Jalen Brunson, and that's why I've real concerns over the Raptors. Not because I don't believe in Quickley, I just don't believe that team is going to be able to win. If you're paying $300+ million for Scotty Barnes, RJ Barrett, and Emmanuel Quickley, it's not enough. It's not enough to even be close in the East, and you're already spending that much. It's tough, man, for them. But yeah, salute to IQ for getting 35 mil. I think his game can improve. He can get even better. But he's going to have to really start playing consistent now. You're no longer that 6th man of the year on a rookie deal. You're 35 million, earning more than, Malcolm Brogdon, earning more than Brunson. Expectations are coming now. Tony, what's up? Leon given iHeart the vanilla ice treatment. Signed or fly. I think he's taken his time. Dude, it's a big decision. Big decision for him, man. Like I said, There's been plenty of people chase the bag and then end up in a bad situation. So I personally felt like the money was never that big of a difference, you know. Maybe it sounds crazy to some, but if you're already a multi-millionaire, what difference is 17 milli over 22 or 24, 25 versus living in New York City versus living in Oklahoma, right? He's already going to be making 72 million after the 4 years, and he's going to get more love in New York, more endorsements, more chance to win maybe even as well. Now, if the difference was 10 million every year or 40, 50 million over the total, then yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. But until we see it from Sam Presti, we don't know. It's speculation. You know, that organization is cheap, right? For them to offer 25 million for a guy who just became a starter is still very questionable. So we have an update from Mark Stein regarding Klay Thompson, and that is that Dallas remains focused on securing a commitment from Klay and completing the sign and trade that lands Thompson into its looming Tim Hardaway exception. The Mavs' hope earlier today was that they could still had a path to land Thompson and keep Jones. So, yep. More everything in New York, says Michael. Yep. Most def, man. And you know our guys are going to be recruiting Isaiah. The last thing Josh Hart said when he left the locker room after Game 7 was he pointed to Isaiah and he pointed to OG and he said those guys better come back as well. So, you know, hey, it's a tough decision to make, man. One thing's for sure, if Isaiah comes back on this lesser deal, then that definitely is the snowball for JB, I think, to take the below market extension. I think not that he needs any more incentive, but that just seals the deal, in my opinion. If Isaiah comes back for a discount, then I think Jalen Brunson will sign the extension this summer, and he will be loved even more because of it. But also it will help his future flexibility to get the bigger contract sooner as well. Leon Rose went and got his another brother, Mikal Bridges, as well. Right, all the incentives are right there for the New York Knicks. OG took less as well, despite what some of us think. You know, whether it was an overpay, but OG took less, 42 million. His max was actually higher than that. You know, and so OG came back, right? It is a big payday, but the fact that we got Bridges as well makes it even more stomachable, you know, because they're just both, you know, a luxury that every team wants. Two defensive wings ready to take down Boston. Yeah, we're seeing things can get delayed. Like Fred Katz of The Athletic is saying right now. Fred says all season we talked about how the free agent market would scrunch in this new financial environment. At the very least, we're seeing now that things can get delayed. Yep. So that's it. Not many teams with cap space right now. You got to retain your own. And that's what the Knicks did with OG. Buzzer says, why would Detroit want Tim Hardaway Jr.? I think they just need some shooting, fam. I think Tim Hardaway Sr. used to work for the organization, I think, so there's ties there. But I also think that, you know, his contract's going to expire soon, and he's a chucker. They need someone. They need a veteran who can space the floor out. Yeah, they need some shooting, and he's just going to be able to empty the clip. So and the thing is, they're not trying to win right now. They drafted Ron Holland, who, the knocks on him is that he can't shoot. So yeah, they needed to get some shooting. But in terms of Quentin Grimes, he was an asset for them, and they weren't prepared to pay. So this remains to be questions over Quentin Grimes. Can he be consistent enough? Can he put it all together? And look, I think when all said and done, Quentin Grimes will be more known for his defense. Unfortunately, his offense hasn't got to the point where people hoped, and that's okay because he was the 25th pick. It was all hope that people were leaning towards with Quentin Grimes. Right? There's only one offensive game that I remember from Quentin Grimes where he hit 7 threes against Milwaukee. Outside of that, there was a couple of solid games here and there, but nothing that really blew you away, And so, he's on his third team now, and he's known for his defense. And I think that fits with Dallas. They don't need any more chuckers because they got Luka doing all the chucking. They got Kyrie. Yeah, coach, what's up? Ron Holland. A lot of people graded Detroit badly for that pickup too. The fit, non-shooting, and then they just gone and given Cade 215 mil tonight as well. So yeah, they need Timmy. They actually need his shooting. Buddy Hield's a free agent, fam. I think he's restricted. I think Buddy Hield is a restricted free agent too. So hey, if he wants to come as a veterans minimum, although we're kind of stacked at the guard spots, fam. So yeah, I don't think shooting is what we really need to. So Chris Paul has agreed on a 1-year, $11 million deal. Okay, so it's not as cheap as I thought it would be. I thought it'd be a veterans minimum. The guy out here getting 11 mil from San Antonio. So Chris Paul does get paid as well. 39 years of age, still earning 11 million, man. That's a lesson for all the kids out there too. If you're a proper point guard, you still have value. You're still elite at certain skills. The Lakers trying to get Taurean Prince. Okay, Taurean Prince, I don't think he would fit with us because we've got enough wings right now. I think we need more of we need a center, or we need another bigger body, whether that's Precious and Isaiah Stick or Precious and another big. So yeah, all these agents making a bag. Yeah, look, if Jalen Brunson takes a discount, it'll be a huge discount because he could earn, his current real extension mark is over 220, something like that, 240. So KCP leaving a championship team to go to Orlando. So the East is getting stronger. What are your thoughts of the East right now? Anyone surprised you? Anyone scared? I mean, Orlando still are not on that level, but they're coming. Same with Indiana, right? I'm not fearing Indiana so much because Siakam only got loose was because we just had nobody left. Josh Hart was too small to guard him. We got OG now. We got Mikal Bridges. We'll have Randall back. And we've got Hukporti. McCullough is 6'7". Dadier might be quite raw, but Dadier is ready-made in terms of NBA body. That's one thing that's sort of decepting, is Pacome Dadier size is NBA ready. Whether his game is going to stick yet in his rookie year, I don't know. But he's a real 6'9", and a live body. Alonzo Trier, man, I get asked about him all the time. Man, we've got so much of Knicks Nation appreciated Alonzo Trier. I'm going to assume he's playing overseas because, he was still in his prime. But we haven't heard a peep, man. And maybe you guys can help me out too, because one guy I was thinking about the other day was J.R. Smith. Like, where is J.R. Smith? You don't even hear about him no more. Not even on a podcast. Not even on social media. I still see Shumpert. I still see some guys. But J.R. Smith completely disappeared. Right. Finished as an NBA champion. I know he pursued golf. But, surely one of these podcasts with Kenyon Martin and, Gilbert Arenas, and some of these podcasts would have had J.R. Smith on it. But no. Haven't seen that man in more than a year. Has there been a J.R. Smith sighting? Let me know. Stanley says J.R. Smith's playing pro golf right now. That makes a lot of sense, fam. He went back to school. Salute. I know he's doing that. Like, respect to him. He's doing his grind. But he's made no public appearances, no podcasts, never seen his post on social media even once, talking about the NBA, nothing. He's attending NC, A&T State Uni as well, getting his education and playing college golf. Salute. Yep. J Dub says no one scares me. It's us versus Boston. Yep. The only thing that scares me is health, man. Father Time and health. That's it. No other player in the East scares me, man. We already took care of Joel Embiid, right? We took care of him. We took his best punch. He's not going to get any healthier, man. Indiana, we know we would have beat if we just had Julius Randle. But if we just had Bogdanovic, we probably would have beaten them as well. So they're not a threat. If Philly get Paul George, okay, we match you with Mikal Bridges. Right, really, is it that much of an upgrade? Like you guys said, it's us versus Boston. Right, even Bill Simmons talked about it in his podcast today. He said, my fear was that New York Knicks would go out and get Mikal Bridges. And that's coming from a Boston fan. So that tells you that a Celtics fan that's, in the media and watches the whole NBA, and he knows that the New York Knicks are the real threat. D. Grant, we got a Kevin Knox sighting today. He's officially signed to play with the Warriors Summer League team. And I'm not joking. It's serious. Kevin Knox is going to play with the Golden State Warriors Summer League team. So that's where Kevin Knox is at right now. Salute to him. Detroit probably wasn't the best fit for him anyway, because you kind of thought a young player going to another young team, but there was just too many young players on that team. It's like a veteran going to a team full of veterans. Kevin Knox probably needs to play overseas and play regular minutes and repair his stock, like Dante Exum, and then play well overseas and then get back into the league. But, playing as a 25, 26-year-old former bust against other young players doesn't necessarily help your case unless you can outplay those other rookies. Otherwise, you just, you become more forgotten. So kind of a sad situation, but Kevin Knox got guaranteed money. He's still young as well. And look, Frank Ntilikina went overseas now. Frank Ntilikina and Kevin Knox might be both out of the league, after 5 years. Okay, we got a Woj grenade to go through. Woj has given us a little update, a little Woj grenade, and that is LeBron James called Klay Thompson right when free agency opened. So LeBron James has called Klay to see what's up. Right, I think those two got a lot of respect for each other. They want to play together somehow. We'll see where that can happen. Doesn't look like it though. I think LeBron's staying in LA, going to take a discount. Yeah, Ben Simmons, man, he's still around. He's in Brooklyn. They're canvassing the league for offers for Ben Simmons. So, perfect situation that Simmons stays in New Jersey. They want to tank this season. He just wants to sit and get paid and not play. I think it's a perfect world. Even if he does play, he's probably going to help them tank as well. But look, on a serious note, I hope Simmons can get healthy, because the healthy Ben Simmons, as awful as he is offensively, if he can get healthy and be a solid defender, he might help a championship team as a veteran's minimum one day. You know, he might be that guy, you know, when he's 29, 30 years old, helping a team for the minimum. Yep. Yeah, I heard UPS is hiring, man. I heard the Streets is buzzing is hiring too, man. He can come up in here and give us some analysis on how to get paid. J Dub says Ben 10, hell no. I mean, yeah, you know, he's burnt some bridges now. Not even Australia national team is banking on Simmons anymore playing. Right? He's never played for Australia in a major tournament, World Cup or Olympics. Right? Now an NBA franchise doesn't really want him as well. Obviously, he can't stay healthy. Stanley says Frank Ntilikina fits in Europe. Hey, he's still really young. This might surprise some people, but Frank Ntilikina is younger than Obi Toppin. Frank Ntilikina was selected 2 drafts before Obi Toppin, and he's still younger than Obi Toppin. So him and Kevin Knox were 2 of the youngest players ever drafted, and they're both like 24, 25. So they've still got time. They can repair their name. Like I said, Dante Exum went back to Europe, you know, was in Europe MVP, repaired his stock, and went back to Dallas. KPJ, Kevin Porter Jr. went over to Europe, I think because he had to, and now he's back with the Clippers. You know, it's kind of one step back to take 2 steps forward. You know, sometimes you just got to be playing. You know, sitting on a bench or the G League doesn't do anything for your stock. It just makes it worse. You know, in the NBA, there's new Lions coming up every season trying to take an NBA spot. If you're Kevin Knox, you just become forgotten, right? So you need to go overseas and start playing, right? If you're not playing minutes, you're just nothing. Yeah, I like what Washington's done, getting Valanciunas. That's good to have him next to Alex Sarr. That's going to be insurance and a veteran. Yeah, Frankie smokes because Frank Ntilikina was like Frank Nicotine. I think it started as Frank Nicotine, and then it developed to Frankie Smokes. Too, fam. So that's how it is. Will, what's up? If Ben can't handle Philly, he can't handle this chat. He got his bag as well. I mean, fits everything, man. Think about prime Ben Simmons with prime Embiid. I believe they could have won a chip if they had one more prime dude. And they came close, man. Kawhi Leonard. The ball bounced, and it bounced again, and it might have even bounced again, and then it dropped. Where Kawhi Leonard, man, what a one and done. That might go down as the greatest one and done in terms of fluke in Toronto, man. They stacked the depth with Serge Ibaka, Marc Gasol. They had everybody there as well. And to beat the Golden State Warriors, man, that was insane. But they also beat Philly. And Philly may never recover. They'll probably never recover after that because Embiid's going to be 31. Those knees don't get any better with age. They just get worse. Too. What are they going to add? An older Paul George as well. See, whatever happens with the New York Knicks coming up this season, right? It ain't about this upcoming season. The Knicks are built to contend for the next 5 seasons, right? So if Philly were to get lucky, if Boston was to maybe back up and win back-to-back, then all the power to them. But the New York Knicks will get their chance coming up at some point in the next 5 seasons because we're not going to be a flash in the pan. You know what I mean? Mikal Bridges is 28. OG Anunoby, 26. Jalen Brunson's 28. All these dudes that you see on screen are below 30 right now. So while the timeline is open, the window to win is open, it's not all about, winning this season or it's bust, right? It's get closer to winning and get closer every single year. Hopefully get to the finals, get a bit of luck, and then good health, and then I think we'll do it, man. I think the Knicks are going to break their drought in the next 3 to 4 years. Leon Rose just got to keep cooking, get better every single year, man. Don't fall in love with the current team. Just keep adding to what we have. And we still have some draft picks. We've got 26, 28, 2030. We've got the Detroit and the Washington picks. They're not very valuable, but they're still protected firsts. And we've got a boatload of seconds as well. Like Buzzer Beater said, it might be comment of the night. It's not what Leon Rose has signed, it's what he hasn't signed sometimes. And that is like Karl Anthony Towns, Zach LaVine's, when the pressure was there to make a move. Donovan Mitchell to go all in. That Leon Rose didn't buckle. He didn't succumb to pressure by getting a bad contract, you know what I mean? Or trading for the wrong guy, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure we could have got Zion at one point. I'm pretty sure New Orleans would have been ready to give up Zion, at that stage where he was overweight, and all of that. I'm sure if we called up and said 6 first rounders, we could have got him, but he didn't do that. You know what I mean? AP says, I truly believe the Knicks could have won the NBA Finals this year. I believe that more and more as well, after seeing Dallas make it, and after seeing, Boston look shaky against, Indiana. I mean, Indiana could have won at least 2 or 3 of those games. They absolutely choked. Stanley says Hukporti is going to surprise some people in Summer League along with Dadier and Kolek. Best believe that. I think our scouting is on the money. They know what they're getting in these players. They're hard workers. They play hard. They defend. And I think with Dadier, the upside is there as well. Buzzer says, Rose didn't go for Lonzo Ball, LaMelo Ball. He didn't draft Ty Washington. Yep. Yeah, there's another guy that he didn't get. I forget his name. Yep. Stanley says Bulls stuck with LaVine. Lonzo Ball and Vucevic. DeRozan as well. Yep. Look, they're just trying to sell tickets to Chicago, you know. Why did they get Josh Giddey? Because he's young, but he can run the point guard. They're going to keep Vucevic. They're going to keep trying to win 35 games, be semi-competitive, and sell tickets. Because the Chicago fan base is a very loyal fan base, you know. They always sell out the arena. And all they have to do is just be competitive. If they sell DeRozan, Levine, and blow it all up, you know, they'll be worried. Do you guys want to bet that the New York Knicks get Ryan Arcidiacono? What do you say? Do you think that's going to happen? Ryan Arcidiacono. If you're a betting man, would you put your last chip on Vegas, that Ryan Arcidiacono gets signed? It'd be a good bet, I think. They love him on the end of the bench, man. He calls out the 3-second violations. He's a souped-up version of Theo Pinson. Brooklyn, what's up? Salute. Look, we're all about the culture. That's the one thing that the Knicks have done. We look after you. We said, Brunson, hey, man, you left Dallas. You came here for a discount. We're going to look after you now forever. We're going to get Josh Hart. We'll get DiVincenzo. We'll get lockdown wings. We'll get the final Infinity Stone as well. And then we'll get Ryan Arcidiacono back. Look out for Kenny Payne or Mike Woodson to come back. Is Mike Woodson still coaching Indiana? It'd be cool if he is. Hopefully he is. Then he could give us some intel on some prospects. Kenny Payne. Unfortunately, it didn't go well with Louisville. Let's see. See, Dolan's added Mo Cheeks to the coaching staff, who's very close to Tom Thibodeau as well. We're doing everybody a favor right now. But should we bring Patrick Ewing back? That's the thing, man. What would it mean to you as a fan if we're winning our first NBA championship in 52 years? Tom Thibodeau's the head coach, like he was here in 99. Obviously, Van Gundy can't be here anymore, man. Best of luck to him. But Patrick Ewing, if he was on the staff as well, that would be nice. Mike, yeah, Tyler Kolek will play Summer League. No doubt about it. Hasn't been officially confirmed, but no doubt that these rookies all play Summer League. They're all hungry. They're all in the States. Pacome Daddier is already in New York City. Yeah, we're just waiting on the final Summer League roster. But we have the games. We'll play Brooklyn. We play Detroit. We play the Hornets. And I think we play the Wizards as well. So it's a very friendly Summer League lineup. Yep. Michael, let's get Patrick. Will get the captain back. Stanley Rokas won't play Summer League, most likely. He's currently with Lithuania playing in the Olympic qualification. So, yeah, he's the starting point guard for his country right now. If he wasn't doing that, he was going to come to Summer League. But right now, I think Rokas has kind of outgrown Summer League, to be honest. I think from what I'm hearing, it's not the biggest surprise. These guys that have played pro for 4 seasons, they're not clamoring to be a Summer League participant. They're kind of outgrown that a little. Now, Rokas wants a guaranteed deal, and he wants a role to come here. Tyler Kolek's here. Deuce McBride's here. I don't know what's going to happen, because from his perspective, you're not going to come all the way just for a training camp. You need some kind of semi-guarantee. And I don't know if the Knicks are in that position financially to give Rokas a guarantee. They love his skill set. They like his game. They drafted him. But I think it's a value having him as a stash still, in case we need to make a deal, we need to make a bigger transaction, and you can throw Rokas into that transaction, as another asset. It helps you. I haven't heard anything definitive. I won't rule out that he comes one day. It just doesn't look likely right now. The Knicks are kind of stacked right now. And look, the Tyler Kolek pickup does kind of create another roadblock for that situation. But look, we might still figure out a deal. A minimum. We might, give him some kind of guarantee to come over. But that is Rokas. I'm high on his game, but I'm really intrigued about Kolek. Now, what could he do as well? Yeah, AP would be the next best thing for Patrick to get a ring as an assistant coach with the Knicks as well. For me, that's the final thing Dolan needs to do. Some people want him to bring Charles Oakley back. He brought Marbury and Mello, looked after Spree, LJ, Camby, John Wallace, Alan Houston, but there isn't much left Dolan needs to do, but he needs to bring Patrick back. We've still got Clyde, we've got Earl the Pearl, Bernard King is still in the garden as well. Jeff Van Gundy, he is an assistant now, man. I think he won the chip with Boston as an assistant. So congratulations, that's his first chip. And I think he's taken a deal now to go back to Houston, I think. I think Jeff Van Gundy is an assistant in Houston now, or Cleveland. Sorry, Stanley, appreciate you for that. Is that, Van Gundy's going to be in Cleveland now. So, yeah, Kolek's a gym rat. Michael, yeah, absolutely, man. He just wants to make his teammates better, and great interview from Kolek. He referenced, and he talked about Jalen Brunson, molding his game after him, two lefties, two guys undersized as well. So we might get ready to wrap this thing up, man. Got to get a few drinks, got to eat something. It's 10:50. We waited to see if there's any iHeart news, man. It'll probably drop at midnight at this front. We've got the chat popping right now as well, but don't know how much longer we can hold out for iHeart news. We'll see, man. Maybe he needs to think about it. I was surprised, man. I thought we would hear in the first few hours at least. Is he leaning towards OKC? Is he leaning towards still the Knicks? We haven't heard a peep, man. Not Begley, not Woj, not any beat writer. Leon Rose is keeping this thing so tight, man. Not even Woj can get any information anymore now. One of the biggest big man free agents tonight. We haven't heard anything outside of the news that iHeart's taking meetings with the Thunder from Shams, man. We had Andre Drummond go to Philly for $10 million. I think that's a solid move. That's a solid move as a backup. But yeah, man, a little underwhelming. But look, man, the table is set. We just have to serve the food up right now. The table is set with this squad, with Bridges, OG, whatever happens with iHeart, man. I'm not losing sleep over right now, man. Everyone get some rest, have something to eat, have something to drink, and I will find out when we find out right now. But Leon Rose got plan B, plan C, and I think there's a big chance Isaiah stays because, the hold-up's been this long. It's got to be something bigger got to be brewing. He's not even talking to the Pistons from what we heard, Stanley. So far, the only reported meeting is with Oklahoma. And in my opinion, that's the only team he would leave the New York Knicks for, right? Isaiah's not leaving the Knicks to go to Detroit. I don't think he's going to leave us to go to, Philly, for example. That's not on the table. I think it's Oklahoma and it's us. And I think it was all the agent, Agent starts to plant that there's all these teams, 5 teams, 8 teams. Realistically, there was only going to be 1 or 2 teams to offer Isaiah $25 million. Right? It's a lot of money to offer a starting center that's not, Karl Anthony Towns, or it's not, Anthony Davis or something like that. He's a great player, can do a lot of things. I think his market value is around what it is, 18 million, 17, 18, 20. If he can get 25 from the one team, Oklahoma, then congratulations, to Isaiah, and all the love to him and all the power, to him. And I do think that he's fully deserving of the money. It's just a matter of, where was he going to get it, and what was the role going to look like too. But LeBron James looks to be staying in LA. We had a couple of Woj grenades, a couple firecrackers, but nothing that's really set free agency alight, man, because the New York Knicks have already made their splash right now. And right now it's singles, doubles, adding to what we have. Get these guys into training camp, summer league, get the extension done with Brunson, Tibbs, and continue to podcast these guys. So salute. Sport Truth, his wife's a model. She can do it in Detroit, Oklahoma City. No way, it's New York. A lot of opportunities too. I think it's more about the brotherhood that these guys have as well. And the brotherhood will understand that if he left for 25 million, you'd be like, congratulations. But if you left for Detroit or a bad team, you'd be like, Josh Hart would be upset. These guys would be frustrated, So everyone, next time we talk, it'll be exactly when we find out too. If it drops in the next hour or two, I'll come back. Right? If Isaiah Hartenstein signs tonight, I'll come back. But right now, we might not find out until the morning, maybe later. We'll see. But the streets keep buzzing. Guys, appreciate you. Smash that like button. And I will see you in a minute, hopefully. Peace.